Everybody, we are here to host a charter school public hearing. And this charter school public hearing is for Green Tech Rochester Elementary Charter School. The Education Law Subdivision 2857-1 and regulations of the Commission of Education 8 NYCRR Section 119-4 require the board to conduct a public hearing within 30 days of receipt of notice of an application for a new or revised charter school. The Board of Education of the Rochester City School District is conducting this public hearing regarding a proposal to establish a new charter school. The purpose of this hearing is to gather community input to provide to the New York State Education Department regarding this application. Green Tech Rochester Elementary Charter School planned opening date is August 2023, serving 136 students in grades K through 1 in the first year and 408 students in grades K through 5 in year 5. And I'm going to turn it over to Kalia Wade so that she can introduce us to the speakers. Kalia.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the charter school public hearing. At this time, we have one speaker for the Green Tech Rochester Elementary Charter School, and that is Paul Miller. Paul Miller is a community member. Welcome, Dr. Miller. You have 3 minutes to speak whenever you're ready.
Good evening, everybody. I'm just happy to be here on this conversation. Quickly, just as a longtime Rochester community member and also born, raised, went to the city school district, worked in the city school district, heavily believe in what the city school district can do. I just want everyone to understand that this opportunity is not about being pro-charter or pro-public. It's about trying to open and create the best school possible opportunity for our kids, and that we all serve as the same kids. Green Tech Rochester is going to be a school where we do everything we can to ensure that students are successful, that we close these learning gaps. If you look at the track record, there's 2 Green Tech schools in Albany. We average a 95% graduation rate, 100% acceptance for college, for 97% Black males, and over 90% poverty. So our demographics are very similar to Rochester's demographics. The things that we're able to do year in and year out, I've been there 10 years. We've been able to prove our success. We build systems that work, and then we train people how to utilize them. The goal is to now bring Green Tech Rochester Elementary School to Rochester in order to close some of the gaps. When you look at the research, which I'm sure you're all aware of, I believe 75% of Black students currently are receiving 1s in the 3rd and 4th grade. And so these gaps are leading to the school prison the pipeline. And so we need to close these gaps. We need to respectfully, I would love to work together to do so. I do not want to be adversaries. I'd love to be advocates where we can work together to make sure that our kids get the best education possible and are serviced where we're partners and not, again, with any type of adversarial relationship. We're just looking to help support the communities, support the community and do everything we can to bring the systems that we know work over to Rochester as well. That's my closing. I am open for any type of questions or any other type of thoughts that people may have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Miller. At this time, I don't have any other speakers signed up to speak on the Green Tech Rochester Elementary Charter School, but if there are any further comments, I'm going to turn that over to President Elliott.
Thank you, Kalia. Any comments to Dr. Miller? This is a public hearing and we normally don't invite any comments from the board members. We just sort of listen and just take the feedback. Just listen to what you have to offer, Dr. Miller. So I think we'll just close this charter school public hearing.
Yes, we just have, that would close the hearing for Green Tech, and then we have
Yes.
National Charter School.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Miller.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Thank you. The Education Law Subdivision 2857-1 and regulations of the Commissioner of Education 8 new NYCRR section 119.4 require the board to conduct a public hearing within 30 days of receipt of notice of an application for a new or revised charter school. The Board of Education of the Rochester City School District is conducting this public hearing regarding a proposal to establish a new charter school. The purpose of this hearing is to gather community input to provide to the New York State Education Department regarding the application. Rochester Sports Academy Charter School of Business and Health Science. Planned opening date is September 2023, serving 100 students in grade 9 in the first year and 400 students in grades 9 through 12 in year 5. And I will again turn it over to Kalia Wade to see if we have speakers for this particular charter school. Kalia?
Hi again, everyone. We do indeed have a speaker for the Rochester Sports Academy Charter School of Business and Health Science. I have joining us Gabriel Marshall, who is also a community member. Mr. Marshall, whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Gabriel Marshall. I am the proposed President and Chief Executive Officer of Rochester Sports Academy Charter School of Business and Health Sciences. I did present to this group last year as well. Our application was not approved last year, so I've continued working with our applicant group to submit a new application this year. We're really excited about this application. You know, a lot of students have a passion for sports. We all have a passion for sports and education as well. And what we've done is really marry the two, but really want students to get an understanding of that you can really be successful outside of the arena of being a professional athlete. So we're really working to develop the next group of professionals off the field. Really through our design or our key design elements, really giving students the opportunities to develop leadership qualities, to work in a number of different areas, not just, like I said, off the field, but really helping students to be a part of a team, understand what that means, understand how to be college and career ready, but have the opportunity to develop their passion and really grow in that passion. Like I said, a lot of students think that they're going to be professional athletes or whatnot, but most teams, you know, it's the people who are not on the field who are really the ones who are helping lead that team or carry that team in a number of ways. And that's really what we're trying to do. We formed a lot of relationships, whether it's with some of the minor league teams, some of the local colleges, some other schools and organizations throughout the region and throughout the state. But we're going to provide this opportunity for students. We'll also, you'll be hearing a lot more about us in the community just through community events or community activities, but really want to get feedback from parents and potential students about ways that we can enhance our model of education.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marshall. That does conclude the speakers addressing the Rochester Sports Academy Charter School of Business and Health Science. Turning it back over to President Elliott.
Thank you, Kalia. So with hearing from the public about the Rochester Sports and Academy Charter School and the Green Tech Charter School, if there are no other speakers, that concludes this public hearing. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. This is the Rochester Board of Education business meeting, March 24th. I want to just take a moment to just congratulate again those female students who we honored earlier today for Women's History Month. Congratulations again. We believe that you're going to do great things for yourself and for your family and for your community. And as I tend to always say, please bring those talents and skills back to Rochester. Many of you, when you finished high school, you go to college, you never return, but I'm going to ask that you return. So again, congratulations. The next item on the agenda is the act of reverence and pledge of allegiance to the flag. We will just take an act of reverence. And again, I know that Commissioner Adams mentioned about Ukraine before, but there's a lot going on in our world, and we'll just take a moment to reflect on what's going on in our world. And so now I will turn it over to Kalia for the upcoming events for the Board of Education. Kalia?
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our business meeting. I just wanted to share a few upcoming events for the Board of Education. We will be sharing events from April, but I do want to remind everyone that we will have a meeting on Tuesday, March 29th, that's next week, Tuesday. That will be the policy committee of the whole. And so even though it's, because we usually just share meetings for the upcoming month, please be reminded that there is a policy meeting on March 29th, Tuesday next week at 5:30 p.m. We will also be having a special meeting just prior to consider a few resolutions. So you will see us go live at that time. The meeting will be in person. Upcoming in April, however, we do have a board work session on April 7th that will be taking place at 5 p.m. And it will be a PD session, and so it will be closed to the public. We do have our ESA and HR committee meeting on April 12th at 5:30 p.m. We'll also have our public budget hearing, and I do want to remind everyone that we are in our budget season, and all documents related to our budget season are posted to the website at www.rcsdk12.org/budget. So we'll have our public budget hearing on April 14th at 5:30 p.m. We encourage everyone who is interested in the budget to sign up at that time to speak. We will also have our finance committee meeting of the whole, as well as our first budget deliberation session on April 26th. And then finally, we will have our business meeting on April 28th at 6:30 p.m. So thank you very much. And you remember, you may also view our board calendar at rcsdk12.org/BOE calendar. As a reminder, we are earnestly still seeking parent representatives for all of our budget, for all of our committees. And so if you are interested, please be sure to check that out on the board website. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Kalia. So the next item on the agenda is the acceptance of the minutes, and we have a few minutes here. We have minutes from September 23rd, 2021, October 28th, 2021, November 18th, December 14th, December 23rd. There's a organizational meeting on January 3rd, 2022. There was minutes from the CIGR Committee of the Whole on February 1st, 2022. May I get a motion for those minutes?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Who made the second? Is that Commissioner Powell?
Yep.
All right, thank you.
I just want to remind commissioners, we have to all be on the screen to take the vote.
Any questions regarding the approval of the minutes, the acceptance of the minutes? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Thank you. And the next item on the agenda is speakers addressing the Board of Education. And Kelly, I'll turn that over to you.
Good evening again, everyone. Tonight we have 3 speakers addressing the board. I'm going to be letting in our first speaker, Molly Ball, a parent who will be addressing the board regarding bilingual kindergarten registration. Ms. Ball, are you there? Ms. Ball?
Yes, sorry, I'm in a meeting.
No worries.
Yes.
Whenever,
Hello?
welcome.
Yes, sorry.
Whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes, okay?
Okay. Sorry. I'm gonna just step out really quick and do this. Okay. All right, can I go ahead and start?
Feel free.
Okay. When we moved to Rochester from Los Angeles over 9 years ago, our oldest daughter was just over a year and a half. A couple of years later, the draw of dual language program was incredibly important to our family. My husband is a native Spanish speaker, and my own exposure to Spanish in public school since kindergarten was perhaps one of the most formative aspects of my own education. When it came time to register our daughter, who is now in 4th grade in the dual language program at Anna Murray Douglas Academy, the process was somewhat unclear, but we had a valuable information packet to guide us through the process. When we enrolled my son, who is now in 2nd grade, our experience made the process easier. A couple of weeks ago, we went to register our youngest, who will be entering kindergarten. While I understand the transition to online applications, the little information that prospective parents had in the past is virtually inexistent. If a parent goes to the Student Equity and Placement for elementary schools and clicks on their zone, the videos providing information on the schools do not work, and a message that the video is private appears. Furthermore, on the citywide programs list, there is no way for parents to even know that dual language programs exist in each of the zones. It's only once they are in the registration process and selecting schools that dual language in your zone appears in the 5th drop-down box. Even here, they have no idea which school houses that program. This is compounded for some parents who live on zone borders who may not understand which zone they live in. Effectively, the district is asking parents to make uninformed choices, and it's really unacceptable. But I think there are easy ways to fix this. But time is of the essence, as registration is April 15th. Videos of all schools should be made available immediately. A clear map to demonstrate zoning should be added to the main equity and placement page and on the side menu. The dual language programs and their respective schools should be added to the zone information pages. I have already reached out to placement multiple times as a parent and as a representative on the Bilingual Education Council to try and raise these concerns. I have sent emails, made multiple phone calls, left messages, and have yet to be able to talk to an actual person in placement, although I appreciate the BEC is trying to connect me to people. I received 1 phone call and a message when I was unable to take the call at that time. When you call to equity and placement, nobody picks up the phone, and there is still a message that states that due to CDC guidelines, parents cannot visit the office. I now ask you, the board, to prioritize bringing access to information for parents immediately. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for your time. Thank you for dealing with the noise in the background as I am in a soccer game right now. And I appreciate your time. Have a nice evening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ball, and we appreciate you addressing the board this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Our next speaker is Michael Conniff, a community member who is addressing the board regarding RIA. He is entering the room now. Michael, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Conniff, you can turn on video, or if you're able, and you have 3 minutes.
Let me find video here if I can. Hold on, give me a minute. How do I find video? Oh, there it is. Yep. Okay, thank you. I'm requesting that RIA be restored to a K-12 program. I speak on behalf of a collaboration of refugee agencies in Rochester who support this position. The board has received close to 30 letters of support from these organizations. in addition to a petition of 500 names also supporting this position. You know, our clients come from extreme stress in their countries. Forced to flee to a new land and a different culture, the adjustment is very challenging. Having all their children in one school under one roof, in one connected program, in one environment, one set of support staff, it makes the child education transition understandable and manageable. And I'd like to also mention that this way that we have it with 2 or 3 different schools, elementary, middle school and high school, that's not a universally recognized model. In fact, the Afghans tell me that their model is a K through 12. That's how they operate. We as well equipped to handle our new Americans. They've been doing it for several years. They have the support staff. They have everything there that'll make this transition successful. Now, I understand that the numbers went down considerably, especially with the previous administration. We lost perhaps 90% of our immigration flow, but that has rapidly changed with the Afghans coming in, and will be much more so with the Ukrainians coming in. And the Biden administration is changing things and rebuilding the immigration system. So I suspect within a year, we're going to see if RIA is restored to K-12, and we'll be back up to the big numbers it was before, about 500 people. So I would also recommend that RIA be complemented with an international school so that students that are in the 2-year program, if they want to continue on, they can do seamlessly with an international school. Principal Mary was working on that before COVID hit, and it could be a very successful, nationally recognized model. It'll draw international students from outside the Rochester City School District area. So I'm asking you, please build on success instead of dismantling it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Conniff. We appreciate you joining us tonight and sharing your comments. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Have a good night. Our last speaker is Claire Labrosa, a member who is addressing the topic of testing. Ms. Labrosa, welcome.
Thank you. Hi, everyone.
Whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Claire Labrosa. I'm an ENL teacher in the district. I talk about the LAS Links assessment that the district is attempting to roll out this year for our English language learners. It's another standardized assessment in an already very crowded calendar. This assessment is in 4 parts: reading, writing, listening, and speaking, and requires an English as a new language teacher to administer it. It's recommended to be done in small groups of 4 to 5 students. And just to give you an example of how much time this takes, at 33 school, which has 186 English language learners, it took 3 weeks to administer the first round, which was back in November. In my 3rd grade classroom with 23 English language learners, it would take over a week. This assessment was first given back in December, and now less than 50 teaching days later, we're doing it again. This means that 3 weeks in December, our English language learners lost their teachers to this test, and now another 3 weeks in March. And we can't forget the nicest lat, which is the one we offer every spring, and it typically takes 6 weeks to administer. And then we have the English language arts test next week, and then we have the math, and a couple weeks after that, we have the science for our 4th and our 8th graders, and we had the iReady. And we have so many tests. Every year a new test is added, and almost never has one been taken away. Our English language learners are the most tested group in the Rochester City School District. This is coupled with another problem that has been severely impacting our English as a new language teachers and their students, which is emergency subbing. So ENL teachers have been attempting to track how many days we've been pulled to emergency substitute teach. And in just 18 schools, we've recorded 93 days where English as a new language teachers have been pulled from their students to cover another classroom that does not have a sub. I heard it from a teacher just this week who hasn't been teaching her English language learners for 8 weeks because she's been pulled to cover a long-term position that has no sub in another classroom. One starts to wonder if the English as a new language teachers in the Rochester City School District are actually needed to teach, or if we're just here to be substitute teachers and test administrators. Our students need us, and this really cannot continue. It's a civil rights issue. English language learners fought long battles in court to get the support that they receive, and they're losing most of the support right now when their teachers are pulled to sub, and they're losing another huge chunk of learning time when their teachers are pulled to administer lengthy assessments that provide no new information. As a professional teacher with over 10 years experience, I can tell you that my ELL students they need more support, not less, and they need more learning time with their teachers, not less, if they're going to be successful in school. They won that support in legal battles, and they are losing it every time the RCSD steals their teachers away from them to give these tests and to emerge.
Ms. LaBrosa, I do apologize, but your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. We appreciate you joining us tonight and sharing your comments.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. Have a good night. President Elliott, we also had one comment that was submitted to the record. Molly Ball, who did address the board tonight, did submit her comments in writing regarding the bilingual kindergarten registration. And so that has been made public and shared with commissioners and on our website. That does conclude the speaker's portion of this evening.
Thank you, Kalia. And moving to the next section on the agenda, the advisory council reports, and see that we do not have a report for our student advisory council. So I'll move on to our parent leadership advisory council. Do we have we do have a report for that council?
Yes, we have April Harrison, who is joining us as the president of Parent Leadership Advisory Council.
All right, thank you. Welcome, Ms. Harrison.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Education members, commissioners. Our leadership meeting this month on March 7th was focused on communications, and we welcome Marisol Lopez and her team to talk about district-wide communications. We want to state publicly that we are heartened by the addition of translators into the 5 most popular languages and American Sign Language interpretation that has become the norm for all communications from the district. We would like to see meetings like the Board of Education Committee's presentations to the board and the general business meetings be released with Spanish interpretation, similar to the way they are viewed live on Facebook and YouTube currently only in English. We would also like to see the growth of the communications department by assigning staff at the school level to hold each school community accountable to track the amount of consistent communication that is sent home to parents and caregivers. This continues to be a frustration that most parents continue to identify as a major problem. For the next leadership meeting, we will be looking to the 2022-23 school year with a focus on, but not limited to, the budget and upcoming conversations related to that, the transportation crisis and upcoming solutions, mental health and the overall health and wellness of our students, an update on the superintendent's parent engagement plan, course offerings and schedule for the reestablishment of Parent University, and the progress being made on special education. So we would like to invite the superintendent and her team to join us for the meeting on April 4th to answer questions and be a part of the conversation on these topics, because we were really looking forward to superintendent Sundays with the superintendent. In the second half of the March leadership team meeting, we began with reports from CPAC and BEC leadership. We would like to invite a representative from both Impact and the Student Congress to present as well, and have created a 5-minute slot on our agendas at our monthly leadership meetings on the first Monday of each month for their participation if they are available to. We will be focusing on the student voice at our next meeting and how to better integrate that into PLAT going forward. This was a founding goal, and we're excited to be getting this work started. Now, the executive school-based planning team met on March 2nd with the representatives from the unions and parent group leadership. We would like to request Spanish interpretation so that our BEC partners can also participate more actively. As parent representation to the executive team, we have requested the names of the parents at the school level school-based planning teams so that we can properly share to them and they to us. We asked for this information in February and are hopeful to receive it at the next meeting on April 6th. We focused heavily on a participatory event for training school-based planning teams in May, and we want to make sure that the parent representatives are up to date on this plan as well. Policy 1900 is currently under review by the legal department, and we will be reaching out in early April to schedule a meeting with them to go over any current concerns. Yesterday evening on March 23rd, as a result of the polling, a poll, Plaque parents, we had a meeting at 8 p.m. to start to plan events for both Appreciation Week, which is May 2nd through May 5th, as well as the first ever Plaque in-person general membership meeting, which will be a celebration of parents and all the work we've done in the last year and a half. We are looking forward to being together on May 18th. Last night's meeting was full of ideas for providing parents and their students with connections to summer options, a wide range of resources, health and wellness focused community-based organizations, as well as raffles and prizes to uplift this journey we have all been on together. With the support of the district, we will pick a school campus, provide food and transportation to and from the event for anyone that registers ahead of time. So please keep an eye out for a save the date as soon as a location is chosen. If you would like to be a part of the events team, we're going to meet every Wednesday at 8 p.m. for the foreseeable future, and we'll be sending out polls to Plaque parents to guide in the planning. Lastly, communication, accountability, equity, our ask is simple. Talk to parents, call parents, have an unpredictable conversation with someone who might be the person to tell you about the one thing you haven't thought of or the one idea you absolutely needed for a program to be successful. You need to listen to what we have to say, or the problems you highlight in this meeting tonight will never begin to be resolved in a meaningful way. Thank you so much for the time and space to share. Please forward all questions, comments, or concerns to our Plaque email, plaque@rcsdk12.org.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison, for that report. The next report is from the Bilingual Education Council.
Buenas noches.
Good evening. I will be translating for
Okay.
the Bilingual Education Council.
Thank you.
David, si tú lees un párrafo, yo leo después de ti.
Ok. Buenas noches. Soy Divet García, vicepresidenta del Concilio de Educación Bilingüe, y estoy aquí con el resto de los oficiales del concilio.
Good evening. Buenas noches. I am Divet Garcia, the Vice President of the Bilingual Education Council, and I'm here with the rest of the BEC officers.
El Concilio de Educación Bilingüe está formado por padres bilingües, organizaciones comunitarias y educadores que representan y defienden los derechos educativos para que nuestros estudiantes en el distrito reciban una educación bilingüe de calidad.
Bilingual Education Council is made up of bilingual parents, community-based organizations, and educators representing and advocating for the educational rights to a quality bilingual education for our students in the district.
Los siguientes son elementos que continuamos destacando.
The following are items we continue to be outstanding.
Con el apoyo del director de servicios de apoyo estudiantil y los consejeros escolares, el Departamento Bilingüe ha reclutado estudiantes para servir en el Concilio de Educación Bilingüe El departamento está trabajando para confirmar los nombres de los estudiantes que aprenden el idioma inglés de cada escuela secundaria que alberga el programa de educación bilingüe.
With the support of the Director of Student Support Services and school counselors, the Bilingual Department has recruited students to serve on the Bilingual Education Council. The department is working to confirm names of one English language learner from each high school which houses the Bilingual Education Program.
Los funcionarios del Concilio de Educación Bilingüe continúan asistiendo al Comité Asesor de Liderazgo de Padres, PLAC, y al Comité Asesor de Padres de Educación Especial, CPAC. Seguimos reclutando a otros padres del Concilio de Educación Bilingüe para que asistan a sus reuniones. Hemos preparado un calendario mensual y lo hemos compartido con todos los representantes escolares del BC.
BEC officials continue to attend the Parent Leadership Advisory Council, PLAC, and the Special Education Parent Advisory Council, CPAC. We continue to recruit other BEC representatives to attend. We have put a monthly calendar together and shared that with all BEC school representatives.
No hemos obtenido información sobre los próximos pasos para la contratación y reincorporación del director ejecutivo.
We have not heard about the next steps for the hiring and reinstatement of the executive director.
La reunión de marzo del BC contó con una gran asistencia de padres. Esta reunión se llevó a cabo a través de Zoom. Varios maestros brindaron una presentación y expusieron sus inquietudes sobre la reciente incorporación de los exámenes LAS. Los padres del BC pudieron participar en una discusión con los maestros y los administradores sobre todas las evaluaciones para estudiantes bilingües del grado kinder a 12. En general, los padres compartieron preocupaciones con respecto a la cantidad de pruebas. Algunos padres compartieron que sus hijos disfrutan de los programas informáticos adaptativos iReady y iStation, a pesar de sus preocupaciones. Los padres reconocen que estaban preocupados por las evaluaciones estatales de varios días para los estudiantes de ELL, como el New Year's SLAT. Ellos escribirán una carta a la Oficina de Educación Bilingüe e Idiomas del Mundo para compartir sus inquietudes con respecto a evaluaciones a nivel estatal.
The March BEC meeting was well attended and took place via Zoom. Several teachers provided a presentation and presented their concerns over the recent addition of LAS testing. The parents were able to engage in a discussion with the teachers and the administration regarding all assessments for K through 12 bilingual students. Overall, the parents shared concerns regarding the amount of testing. Some parents shared that their children enjoy the adaptive computer programs iReady and iStation, despite their concerns. The parents acknowledged that they were concerned about multiple day state level assessments for ELLs, such as the New York State ESLAT. They will be writing a letter to the Office of Bilingual Education and World Languages to share their concerns regarding the state level assessments.
Otros temas discutidos en la reunión de marzo incluye una presentación del director de Educación Bilingüe sobre el progreso de los estudiantes de ELL y una presentación de la presidenta y vicepresidenta del concilio sobre la iniciativa llamada Un llamado a la acción, dirigida por la señora Renee Turner. Los padres estaban completamente comprometidos e hicieron preguntas a los presentadores. Los oficiales del Concilio de Educación Bilingüe han estado involucradas en esta iniciativa y alentaron a otros padres representantes a participar. El 8 de abril estaré presentando ante el comité un llamado de acción junto a la presidenta el plan de ideas del BC como medida para mitigar la violencia en las escuelas.
Other items discussed include a presentation by the Director of Bilingual Education on the progress of ELL students and a presentation from the council's vice president regarding the call to action initiative led by Renee Turner. Parents were fully engaged and asked questions of the presenters. BEC officers have been involved in this initiative and encourage other representatives to participate. I will be co-facilitating a presentation on April 8th regarding school and violence in partnership with this initiative.
El concilio continúa participando en todas las reuniones del equipo de planificación escolar y se ha asociado activamente con The Children's Agenda para apoyar una iniciativa de salud mental infantil. También estamos solicitando que la Oficina de Participación de los Padres coordine una capacitación de padres comprometidos para todos los representantes del Concilio de Educación Bilingüe. También programaremos un tiempo para que Ibero y Starbright lideren una capacitación de autodefensa o abogacía para familias de niños con discapacidades.
The council continues to participate in all school-based planning meetings and has actively partnered with the Children's Agenda to support a child mental health initiative. We are also requesting that the Office of Parent Engagement coordinate a Padres Comprometidos training for all BEC parent representatives. We will also be scheduling a time for Ibero and Staybridge to lead a training on self-advocacy for families of children with disabilities.
Además, nos gustaría invitar a David Brown, director de Servicios de Alimentación Escolar, a nuestra próxima reunión del concilio para dialogar sobre algunas preocupaciones expresadas por los padres.
In addition, we'd like to invite David Brown, the Director of School Food Services, to our next council meeting about some ongoing concerns expressed by parents.
Nuestra próxima reunión se llevará a cabo en persona y trabajaremos con el Departamento Bilingüe para asegurar la sala de reuniones del Centro REC de Jackson Trenton.
Our next meeting will be held in person, and we will work with the bilingual department to secure the large meeting room at the Jackson Trenton Art Center.
Hemos recibido los cambios recomendados que solicitó el abogado del Distrito Escolar de la Ciudad de Rochester y otro del administrador del distrito. Tenemos la intención de revisar con nuestro abogado y traerlos de vuelta para su aprobación en la reunión de mayo y tal como lo exigen los estatutos. Con esto concluye nuestro informe de actividades de marzo 2022. Muchas gracias y buenas noches.
We have received the recommended changes requested by the RCSD General Counsel and other district administrators. We intend to review with our council and bring them back for approval at the May meeting as required by the bylaws. That concludes our activity report. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Thank you very much for that report. We'll go to a presentation by our state monitor, Dr. Jallo. And let me just say before Dr. Jallo begins that prior to her presentation on the agenda was the executive session, and I will ask for a motion for the executive session at the end of this meeting. Thank you. Dr. Jallo?
Yes, good evening. Kalia, can I ask you to assist me? Is there echo or can you hear me?
We can hear you perfectly well. We're just going to make.
Thank you. I'm having some serious technical difficulties this evening, so I bear with you. Good
No
evening,
problem.
everyone. Tonight,
We're just going to zoom in really quickly on Dr. Jallo. Charisma. We'll just make it full
Tonight,
screen.
I'm going to present my response to the budget and budget materials presented to the state monitor and to the State Education Department of New York on March 16th. Next slide, please. RCSD has a history of being one of the poorest performing districts in the state, both academically and financially. Academically, this has resulted in the district having the highest concentration of receivership schools in the state. Among the lowest ELA and math proficiency rates and lowest graduation rates by far out of the big 5 school districts in the state, and some of the lowest across the entire state of New York. On the financial side, the district has received several audits critical of the district's handling of its finances. This mishandling of finances ultimately led to the need for a bailout from the state of New York to the tune of $35 million in 2020. Despite this, the district still does not have a multi-year financial plan. The state has repeatedly provided the district with technical assistance, corrective action plans, yet the district still struggles to fulfill its most basic function as a public school district. When the district required a financial bailout in 2020, the state legislature combined the additional funds with the appointment of the state monitor. I was appointed later that same year, I believe it was May, a few weeks after your superintendent, Myers Smalls, was instated. Like Dr. Akina, I still continue to find issues both academically and financially in Rochester City School District. After being appointed monitor, I did a deep dive into the district's fiscal and programmatic needs. That was done by visiting schools, sitting in on meetings, talking with parents and community members and principals and teachers and just about anyone who had an opinion, an idea, a hope, a dream about this district. Based upon my findings, I developed a plan, actually two plans, one for financial purposes and the other one for academic, which was approved by the board. Among other things, I found that the district needed to focus on being a stable and sustainable, establishing a stable and sustainable path forward. My recommendations included the following: phase out programs and practices that do not provide positive outcomes for students and reallocate those resources. Align district resources to its declining student population by closing some schools. Next slide, please. Adhere to the district's budget constraints and stop irresponsible spending. Reduce borrowing over the next 5 years, collect all money owed to the district, and eliminate practices that contribute to the growing budget deficit. These issues continue to be kicked down the road, so to speak, or passed on to the next following year. The district needed to do a better job of managing its revenues, expenditures, debt, and maintain a solid fund balance. Now that the district finds itself the recipient of historic infusions of state aid and federal funding, normally referred to as SRSA and ARP, through COVID relief grants, it is vitally important that the district establish and maintain fund balance to protect against future unanticipated expenditures or possible revenue shortfalls. Next slide, please. Despite repeated reminders, the district is not making sufficient progress in implementing the recommendations in the state monitor reports and is increasingly not following its own academic and fiscal plans. Evidence of this is seen in the March quarterly semi-annual report, which includes a total of 23 violations, 13 of them being recommended for the commissioner to take action upon. Rather than developing strategies and plans to achieve needed improvements, the district administration has adopted a compliance-driven approach that attempts to respond to specific issues when they are brought to its attention. This results in little actual improvement for students or the district's finances. In addition, the administration has adopted a siloed approach, which results in inadequate and often incorrect information sharing between divisions and inconsistent use of data for planning purposes. This lack of internal collaboration has dramatically undermined effective planning, implementation, and monitoring of fiscal and academic strategies. For example, I previously recommended that the district administration should review monthly position control reports during executive cabinet for review and action as needed. The report should be generated weekly at a minimum during the months of February, March, August, and September. Despite this request, this data was not readily available for the 22-23 budget development process. Similarly, I recommended that the district leadership should conduct a monthly analysis of the vacancy reports generated from PeopleSoft. for the executive cabinet. Despite this request, this data was not readily available during the 22-23 budget development process. Next slide, please. All of the problems I just outlined are illustrated in the district's proposed budget for 22-23. In this budget, the district is continuing bad practices by budgeting and accounting for the cost of substitutes in inappropriate ways. Dr. Aquino raised this problem years before, and later it still appears during my tenure as state monitor. The board deserves an accurate budget, and I will not tell Dr. Rosa, our Commissioner of Education, that a budget with this kind of double counting is balanced. The budget also provides very little detail on the nature of commitments made in critical program areas in the district: special education, support for English language learners, and career and technical education. Even though the approved plan requires it, the proposed budget does not demonstrate that the district has made a serious attempt to address its shrinking student enrollment. This too must change. The district's enrollment is in fact shrinking. Rather than taking the opportunity to right-size the budget, the district proposes to increase spending for teachers and transportation, and fails to address that there are too many schools for too few students. The budget maintains hundreds of vacant or frozen positions, vacant and frozen positions, I should say, that are not needed and not serving students' needs. This is completely irresponsible from a financial and an educational sense. It is alarming and should signal the need for dramatic change. That in a good fiscal year, with unprecedented state and federal monies available to the district, the budget still relies on a $30 million appropriated fund balance. This budget is in theory balanced only with the fund balance. This means the district once again is spending more money than it receives. This is unacceptable, and more importantly, it's not sustainable. The fund balance represents funds the district will need when the federal stimulus funds are no longer available, especially if the state budget ever faces struggles during an economic downturn. Avoiding the hard decisions now will only deepen the need for cuts later. Next slide, please. As mentioned previously, the proposed budget fails to implement the needed actions outlined in the district's academic and financial plans. These plans should guide the budget decision-making process and not be ignored. Specifically, the budget does not reduce debt or transportation costs and does not consolidate schools. Transportation costs continue to rise without a plan to increase efficiency. The chaos our students and families experience at the start of the school year was made worse by those inefficiencies and poor school configurations. Running too many routes meant RCSD was even more vulnerable to the national driver shortage than it needed to be. Transportation, of course, is expensive, even with the state aid that is afforded to the district. And we need to ensure that it is operated in the most efficient way possible. The budget fails to align spending with the district's needs to phase out ineffective programs. Consistent with the academic and financial plans, the district must commit to ensuring that programs and partners improve student outcomes. This is true whether the goal of the program is to improve attendance, academic proficiency, growth, and graduation rates, or to improve student behavior. Funding must support student needs and be effective for students. As specified in the academic and financial plans, increased funding is in fact applied to areas such as CTE, science, mathematics, ELA, and DOME, the Department of Multilingual Education, as well as special ed. And for that, I want to acknowledge that in the budget. However, it is unclear how the additional funding will support increased equitable access to high quality programs and services and contribute to improved student outcomes in these same areas. No strategy has been articulated. Next slide, please. The proposed budget also does not address many additional areas outlined in the financial and academic plans. Perhaps most importantly, the budget does not increase equitable access to high-quality programs and services by enacting the rezoning and new school choice and assignment process. There are no provisions to adopt practices for replacing outdated curricular materials. And there are still challenges around culturally relevant teaching practices and how that is represented in this budget. And the district fails to use enrollment data to implement zone and school reconfiguration, even though it is part of the policy of this administration and of this board, or to establish master schedules that result in full classes and full schedules for every teacher. The district is not even attempting to do what is best for the students and the taxpayers who have contributed millions upon millions of dollars to this district. In conclusion, next slide, please. In conclusion, after considering all the factors I just detailed, I cannot and will not sign off on a budget that is $30 million in the red and would lead to a projected deficit of nearly $120 million in the coming years. I cannot and will not sign off on a budget that does not support a coherent plan to improve the management and leadership of the district to result in better outcomes for the children of this community. Next week, I will submit recommendations to the Commissioner of Education highlighting areas in the budget that must be addressed. I will ask her to direct the board to amend the 22-23 school year budget. From there, I anticipate that Commissioner Rosa will request additional or updated materials before issuing her determinations on any amendments. Because of the timing of the public hearings on April 14th, the district will need to make public its budget inclusive of any amendments directed by the commissioner no later than April 7th. The children of Rochester City School District deserve a school system that makes sure district leaders are good stewards of all district resources. These resources must be used to ensure that teachers are prepared to deliver curriculum and instruction that provides maximum opportunities for students to excel academically in a learning environment that is respectful of inclusion and diversity. The district must examine how it has been using its resources and change course. This can be accomplished in earnest by putting children first. And I might add, I fully believe that this district can in fact make those necessary changes. And with that, I conclude my presentation for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Jallow.
Thank you.
Let me just also make some comments here, and I'll also invite, before we open it up to the full board for questions to Dr. Jallow, to also ask Vice President LeBron to share some of her thoughts, if she would at this point. But know that the Vice President and I have been diligently working with the district. We've been meeting, we met for 10 days, 7:30 in the morning to discuss all of this. We have been meeting with the state, Commissioner Rosa. We've been meeting with state officials. We have been working to try to get all of this, to really get the information that we need as the new leadership of the board in order to be able to direct the district, the superintendent and her staff. But this just goes to something that I have been saying for years and years and years. The district does not have a money problem. We have a process, we have an organizational, we have a human resource problem, and it's being shown by the state monitor in her report this evening. With all the money that we've received, and we still have this budget deficit and this structural budget gap that we have not focused in on, we've sort of attempted to push it down another year, another year, another year. Well, at this point, the rubber meets the road. We're either going to make sure that we're going to have a balanced budget. And what we also find is that there are people that are always coming asking for money, asking for money, asking for money. And what happens is we get caught up in a political stance, and then we acquiesce as opposed to saying we can't do it. Because we've got to make sure that the school district is in financial shape, that its foundation is stable. At this point, the financial position of the district is more than unstable. And so as we begin to do the deliberations, know that this is going to be a difficult budget season. It's going to be difficult next year. It's going to be difficult in the year after, because we've got to make some cuts if this district is to remain solvent and to remain in business. And so I will stop there, but these are going to be some hard decisions, know that. And we've got to do what we have to do if we want to make sure that this district, the Rochester City School District, is here for the next generation in this community. So Vice President LeBron, if you would like to share some thoughts, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. And President Elliott, I want to apologize because we are going to, when we go into reports, our CFO is going to give both the financial reports and an important update to the board and the community on the budget draft. And then at that point, I'm going to read a memo with some updated dates. So tonight we actually will not take questions on Dr. Jallo's report, and we're going to add Dr. Jallo's report that she presented tonight to be part of round 1 deliberations. And I'll give that date again when I give my update in the memo. So I'm going to give it back to you, and then I'll make some commentary, because we want to be real clear to both the community and the board commissioners with dates and information we also learned today. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, or if you want, I can go right into the
Go right in, Vice President, please.
Thank you. So with that, I'm going to ask Carlene, our CFO, to come on camera, and she is going to start with, like I said, with the reports, and then she'll give an important update on the budget, and then I'll follow immediately after her. Thank you.
Good evening, President Elliott, Vice President LeBron, commissioners, superintendents, and Dr. Jallo. I always start out by saying it's an honor to be here this evening and a privilege to serve the children of RCSD. And tonight I have to add to that, it certainly is incredibly humbling and sobering to follow Dr. Jallo's presentation. I would like to report that with the month ended for February 2022, as with the last 2 months, the financial condition of the district has been improving from the standpoint of our cash flow position. We had a very uneventful month once again, which we are always very appreciative of. So when you take a look at slide 5, just as we predicted last month during the report, you will see that where we had identified the January increase for the state aid, that advance payment from the state, that as predicted in February, when you're looking year over year, the amount of state aid that came in for the month of February was less than what it was last year. And again, that is almost exactly to what we had predicted in January that our February amount would look like. Despite the fact that we have reduced our reliance upon Iran, we are holding strong with our cash position. So if you take a look at the ending balance for year over year, again, for the month of February, we are holding strong. It would be my recommendation to the Finance Committee that we do eliminate the next slide, which is the visual that we've been showing, because we are making great strides. And again, that is the graphic slide. But I will leave that to Vice President LeBron and the committee to make that decision. But we certainly have drastically improved from what we thought our position was going to be in March to where we actually are now. If we go back up, when you take a look at our revenues, the changes that you're going to see in revenue is that we are recognizing an improvement. If you go back up to the memo, I'm sorry, Kalia, but you will see that there was an improvement with regard to our projection for building aid that did add to our forecast in revenue being more positive than we had thought. And on the other side of that, we did have a bit of a reduction in the projection for the food service fund, which we are continuing to keep an eye on that fund as well. On page 3, and thank you for going there, Kalia, you will see that there are 3 items that we are, that was it on the memo. That's fine. Thank you. You will see that we have 3 items within the capital funds, the H fund and the K fund, that we're bringing to your attention this evening because of the size of the transactions. The first one is the purchasing of 11 X-ray scanners for our schools. The second one is a budget transfer. And the last one is to support the resolutions that are named there to make adjustments in the contract award for schools number 33. We had Franklin, and we also had Freddie Thomas. Those contract adjustments were for such items as mechanical contracts, asbestos abatement, electrical contracts, and general construction. With that, that is the conclusion of my report this evening, and I'm happy to take any questions.
I don't see any hands up, so you can go on to the next topic.
Okay, and we did prepare a slide for that this evening as well. We would like to provide you with a budget update. Immediately following the budget presentation on Tuesday, we were made aware of some new information. And Callie, would you mind?
One quick second, I do see Commissioner Adams' hand is raised.
Oh, I'm
so I just
sorry.
wanted to-
Yeah.
I would
Commissioner Adams.
like to backtrack and just find out for sure what it is that you meant when you said reduction in food service funds.
There was a reduction in the amount that had been projected for the federal reimbursement. So if you need more additional information on that, I should say Chief Schmidt, I'm sure, could provide you with the details. But as far as from a financial standpoint, what had been projected versus what was actually received was less than what was projected.
Okay. So you're not really talking about a reduction in spending in food service for next year?
No, it's just the
Okay.
1 month for what was projected for the month of February. The federal reimbursement for the 1 month was less than what was projected for the month. So we just have to keep an eye on that, that's all. With regard to the budget update, as I started to say that immediately following the presentation on Tuesday, we were made aware of some new information. And sometimes new information is a wonderful thing, and sometimes it is a bit staggering. And in this particular case, the new information that we received was with regard to our premium of obligation amount that we had budgeted on the revenue side of our budget. And based on that information, what we had learned was that after we did a little bit further of a deep dive into the calculation and as far as what the market trends were showing, we reached out to our fiscal advisor, which is also the city's fiscal advisor, as well as our external auditor. And at this point in time, given the rising inflation and predicted higher interest rates, as well as the war in Ukraine with Russia, we have been advised both by our fiscal advisor as well as our external auditor to remove the revenue to offset interest because of the fact that it was becoming much too unpredictable, much too difficult to actually perform an accurate calculation to determine what that amount would be that we would receive. As such, we have taken that advice. We have removed $6 million from the revenue. But what that does then is that we're going to have an impact then to our appropriated fund balance. And one of the other reasons I want to add too that we needed to make the change was that during the course of those conversations, the last couple of days, we learned that the city was actually going to be having a discussion with the fiscal advisor as well on the treatment of how they were going to handle the conversion of bands moving on to bonds. And it's a new methodology that's called resizing. And there will be a meeting with the city on Tuesday to have that discussion between the city and their fiscal advisor. In collaboration, the fiscal advisor and the city have invited us to that meeting so that we can learn together as far as what that will mean for our debt structure moving forward, our debt obligations moving forward. And again, we appreciate that collaboration as we learn how we're going to move down this road together. As Dr. Jallo had stated, this is certainly something that will have an impact on our long-range plan. So we need to be attentive and learn the new methodology if that's the decision that the city decides to go in that direction. And we will work through it together. As I started to say, the impact now of the reduction of that revenue will be an increase, unfortunately, in the appropriated fund balance. Now, please understand that since all of this came, and even before it came, as we stated to you Tuesday night, we knew the budget was not in the state it needed to be. We were fully aware that it was a draft budget. We were fully aware of the comments made by the state as well as by our commissioners. And so we had already begun the process of looking for ways of reducing that reliance upon the appropriated fund balance, and we have made considerable movement in that direction even as of this evening. That is the update that I do have, and I will turn it back over to Vice President LeBron.
Thank you. And I just have to say, because I kind of felt like there was a lot of jargon on even that one side. So I just want to make it very simple to both the commissioners, but really the community listening, that what this means is that we were presented with a budget that had a $30 million deficit, if you will, that they were going to pull 30 million from our savings to balance. And in reality, it's 36 million and not 30. And that's obviously problematic for all of us, and especially the commissioners, as we move forward with deliberation. So this budget right now is basically null and void. We can't read through this. There's no deliberating through this, and we shouldn't be asking questions on this because it's not accurate. So we did have a meeting, unfortunately, today to both discuss this, bring it to you all, to the public, to the community. The draft is going to be pulled from the website. Again, it's not an accurate budget, so we can't move forward with that. And as a result, a couple of things have come up. And so in order for us to allow time for the administration to make corrections to the 22-23 draft budget to be completed and provided to the board members for consideration before our first deliberation, the following action items have been updated. So on March 29th, we have the round 1 Board of Education questions due to the administration by 5 p.m. Those questions will focus on the presentations done by Dr. Nelms, Dr. Myers-Smalls on March 22nd, and then today's presentation done by our state monitor, Dr. Jallo. On April 4th, round 1 responses from the administration are due from those presentations back to the board for us to review. Those questions are all public and the responses throughout the entire deliberations, and they can be found on our website at rcsdk12.org/budget. And then the administration has agreed to have an updated draft book by April 7th. So while this is not ideal, this is where we landed, or they landed, on giving us an updated book with updated information. And the public and the state monitor and NICED also all have to be provided with an updated budget. We did request that the administration also notify both NICED and the commissioner officially in writing, and Dr. Myers-Smalls and her team did that this afternoon as well. So they are aware before tonight that this was coming as well. And it is a deadline in accordance by state legislation that we have to have everything published to the public 7 days before our official public hearing, which we have already changed, and that new date was April 14th. So the new draft budget book will be posted online for the public to review before the April 14th public hearing. And then as a reminder to the administration, we all heard on Tuesday that they will deliver a Section 5 to this board by April 20th. And this date is not part of the amended budget calendar, so it's not on that calendar that we all reviewed multiple times at this point and have changed. And I just have to say, this is not ideal for any of us to be in. as it currently stands. Not only does it not feel good, but I know for myself, I could not even vote on this on the budget as it stands right now. And I shared lots of concerns with the process and how we've gotten here and the fact that we have a draft and we will need to have another draft with updates, and it's very frustrating. So with that said, the first budget deliberation is still scheduled for Tuesday, April 26th, 2022. Kali and myself are waiting for the new draft, if you will, the second draft, before we can look at how we're going to divide up the deliberations into sections. We do know that the last deliberation will focus on section 5 because we're getting that information last, but how we divide section 1 and 2 will be determined on what we received back on April 7th. That concludes my report. I don't know if anybody has questions that they would like to ask at this time, though. Okay, hearing none, I pass it back over to you, President Elliott. You're muted.
President Elliott, you're muted.
Thank you. So we'll go on to the CIGR committee.
There is no report for CIGR. They did not meet this month.
Well, we did have the legislative breakfast, and so we did not officially, just talk about the legislative breakfast. I think it was one of the best that we've had, if not the best. I think that, everybody was there. And, Commissioner Adams, you have something to be proud of with our staff that pulled that off. So it was a great event. And that also just goes to show us that there are people in various domains, various stakeholders that really want to see the Rochester City School District succeed. And so I would just leave it at that. What about ESA? Do we have a report, Commissioner Simmons, for ESA?
I'm sorry, President Elliott. I do see a report for CIGR, but I don't know if Commissioner Adams wants to just say that it's on record or read it.
Commissioner Adams? We'll just leave it as
Yeah. All I want to, it's on record, but all I want to say, man, is collaboration is everything.
Mm-hmm.
That's the big difference. Collaboration is everything.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Simmons for ESA, Equity and Student Achievement.
Yes, good evening. I don't have access. I'm having some technical difficulties. I don't believe that there is a report on file.
There is. It's on, but you can submit it to the record. I know you're not feeling too well.
Yeah, if you could submit that, because I can't even get to board docs this evening. I do apologize. I am under the weather this evening.
All right, feel better, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
No report for governance. And the next committee report is policy. No report for HR. And the next one, is policy. Commissioner Powell.
Yeah, hold on just a second. I had it in front of me a minute ago. I have so many tabs open, I can't locate it again. Hold on. The general gist of it is that we have policies still at every level of consideration. We have policies that are primed for their second reading today. It should be under old business, but it might be listed under new business. I'm not sure where it is on the agenda. We will also be voting on a handful of policies tonight in our resolution packet. For our listening audience, I'll just foreshadow what those numbers are, and what policy numbers they are in case they aren't called out in the resolution. We will be voting to amend policy 0000, which is our educational philosophy, policy 2280, which is consultants to the board, and policy 2440, which is administration in absence of policy. We will also be adopting board goals and metrics, policy 2000, and superintendent goals and objectives, policy 3000. And we're going to ask to have policy 0200 repealed. Its title is School District Goals and Objectives, but they are more than adequately covered in policy 2000 and in policy 3000. We did cancel our March 1st meeting, but we've had some significant progress in our subcommittee work. We have on the schedule another policy meeting March 29th. That will, I believe, will be following a 5:30 special meeting. And although I will be listing out each of the policies in the second readings later on in this meeting, that concludes my report for now.
Thank you, Commissioner. The next item on the, and let me just give a verbal report, but I will be submitting to the commissioners a full report. It's just been that busy with work and everything that I have not had an opportunity to submit to you all another report. But know that, as I said earlier, we've been meeting with the superintendent and her staff. We've been meeting with state representatives. We have I've been meeting with Dr. Jallo to try to reconcile all of our financial concerns at this point. And also know that we're looking at, also know that I have been trying to get to, I want to get to every school as president. So I also visited School 25 today. I was at the Montessori school. I've been to Franklin Upper and Lower. So I've been to a number of schools as president, and will continue to do that through the end of the year, just to say hello, just to meet people. Some of what I'm hearing is that, you know, we don't get, they don't get visits from some of their liaison commissioners. So I would encourage you to go out. They really would like to see us in those buildings. And that has always surprised me, that they really want us to be in those buildings because they want to show us the great work that they're doing in our schools. And let me just thank them all for all of the great work that all of our schools are doing. Also know that we're going to resume the leadership meetings, and they will be, I believe, on Wednesday mornings, as they were under former President White's leadership. We will continue to do those meetings. And I will also, as much as I can, I'm going to start to begin attending the cabinet meetings. And so that's it for a verbal report at this point, but please look out towards the beginning of the week for a written report that has far more detail than what I'm reporting tonight. So thank you for that. Any questions before I move on? Okay, hearing no questions, we'll go to the superintendent's reports, and we'll start with Superintendent Myers-Small's presentation.
Thank you and good evening, President Elliott, Vice President LeBron, to the rest of our commissioners, Superintendent Nelms, and our Rochester City School District stakeholders. I first want to acknowledge our scholars who participated in the Women's History Month celebration earlier tonight. It was incredibly inspirational. We have so many talented students across the district, and I congratulate each one of them on their achievements. Although I was not able to participate in last month's business meeting, I know that we presented some important information relative to graduation in the Rochester City School District. And as you know, we again achieved our highest graduation rate in consecutive years for more than a decade. The State Education Department provided information to us that our four-year graduation rate was 71.4% as of August, which is a 3.2% increase from 2020. State achievement is improving, and while we need to increase the graduation rate far far beyond 71%. And as President Elliott has said, 100%. I am encouraged that we are on the right trajectory to graduate more students. And we'll have a more in-depth presentation at the end of the presentation. Let me highlight a few really good things that are happening in the district. The goal of Each One Reach One is to address two major issues: employment and safe schools. This month, over 100 partners met at St. John Fisher College to work on strategies to assist both families and students with college, career, and character readiness through education, school, public safety, and employment. We are extremely excited to announce that St. John Fisher will be offering Rochester City School District students the opportunity to participate in the Urban Scholars Program, which is available to students who live in the city of Rochester. The college is pledging $40,000 per student over the course of 4 years. This is an opportunity for students to get a chance to pursue a college career with intensive supports. It's an open process, and Fisher wants as many students as possible, so all are eligible to apply, and we acknowledge that's Commissioner Patterson speaking to our participants. Students, families, and staff gathered at school number 12 to celebrate all things winter during Anna Fest and participated in outdoor fun and braved the winds. State Senator Samra Brook presented Dr. David Anderson, a longtime Rochester community member and honored elder, with the Liberty Medal Award, which is the state Senate's highest honor. Dr. Anderson, a renowned Frederick Douglass historian, was recognized for his instrumental role in renaming school number 12 after Frederick Douglass's wife, Anna Murray Douglass. Two students from the school were also honored with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Tribute Awards for their commitment to practicing the ideals of Dr. King. Each March, we celebrate National School Social Work Week. We appreciate all the amazing social workers in the Rochester City School District. They have been on the front lines working with our scholars as they manage the effects of COVID and returning in person to school. I am incredibly grateful for their work and appreciate their support of our students' social emotional needs while also helping them achieve academic success. Rock to Change Student Summit was held at Monroe 2 BOCES in Spencerport last week. This is a student-led initiative that is run completely by students. And the shift has been made to have scholars from the Rochester City School District partner with their suburban counterpart school. So this past Friday, students from the Rush Henrietta School District partnered with scholars from Monroe Upper. It's an annual conference that happens actually twice a year, and it brings scholars together to talk about race relations. So it's professional development for high school students. Additional schools who participated were East Upper, Edison, Leadership Academy, School Without Walls, School of the Arts, Wilson Commencement, and World of Inquiry. We have amazingly talented scholars. We also have 3 scholars who were awarded the Princeton Prize for Race Relations. We'd like to congratulate Isaiah Santiago, Sarah Adams, who's a familiar face, and Giovanni Santana. Each of them were recognized for their work on racial equity. Their efforts has been made a significant impact on race relations in their schools, in their neighborhoods, and our community. Congratulations to all 3, and this is an extremely prestigious award for scholars. Golden Apple Award. We want to congratulate Armando Ramirez and his online credit recovery team at All City High School for being honored with the News Channel 8 Golden Apple Award. As you may be aware, the OCR team works with students to recover credits and earn credits that will enable them to graduate from high school. Within a school year, the OCR team is responsible for helping 300 to 500 students complete new credits, receive credit recovery, or complete classes. A student said that she would not be where she is today without the OCR team. She has teachers who help her to be on task every day, and they even send text messages encouraging her to come to school and complete her work. I'm extremely proud of the accomplishments of our team. Rochester City School District saw gold with gold medalist Christopher Lillis. He met with an exciting group of students at school number 19. He and two teammates, Megan Nick and Winter Vanecki, delivered an amazing message on perseverance. As you know, Chris Lillis brought home the gold from the Olympic Games in Beijing, China, where he was competing in mixed aerial skiing events. Just a note, Chris's mom works and teaches at 3rd grade at school 19, and she wanted to bring her son back to the school to talk to scholars. We would like to say thank you to Christopher Lillis and his mom for encouraging and inspiring our scholars. Congratulations to Juhadi Webbs and Carrion Garcia from Edison Tech on being named Scholar Athletes of the Week from News 10 NBC. Juhadi is a sophomore and was nominated because of his excellent work in the classroom, where he carries a 4.5 GPA. He is a standout in track, football, and basketball. Carrie Ann is a 3-sport varsity athlete and boasts a GPA of over 4.0. She started playing volleyball at the age of 6 and hopes to continue in college. We truly have exceptional staff members here in the Rochester City School District. A great example is Sharon Beasley, who is a special education teacher at Franklin Upper. She was recently selected as a New York State Master Teacher, a 4-year program which includes a $15,000 stipend for her to engage in peer mentoring and intensive content directed towards professional development with new teachers. This program aims to foster a supportive environment for the next generation of STEM. Ms. Beasley is one of 230 new master teachers from around the state. She will have an opportunity to collaborate with other colleagues from around the state. Again, congratulations to Ms. Beasley. We want to say special thanks to Assembly Member Harry Bronson. Students at school number 33 received a wonderful surprise, which included school supplies donated by Assembly Member Bronson. Last week, he visited the school and brought folders, binders, pencils, school supplies, as well as storage bins. We appreciate the significant donation, and your support of our scholars is greatly appreciated. Next, I would like to introduce Rob Ulliman from the Office of Accountability. He's going to take you through a presentation tonight on graduation rates. Then I will share some information with the board when Rob is finished with his presentation. Rob, thank you for your work in gathering all of the graduation data and creating all of the charts and graphs. Take it away, Rob.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners and other attendees of this evening's board meeting. Kelly, can you go to the next slide? So what I'm presenting today will be just a couple of slides to give you a little more in-depth information on our 27 total cohort, which would be those students that graduated, 4-year graduates in the 2021 school year. The first slide will provide you with several years of the district's graduation rate. It begins with the 2009 cohort, which would be the 2013 school year, and goes up to the 2017 cohort, which would be our most recent cohort for the 2021 school year. You can see that the graduation rate has continued to increase from 48.1% in 2013 to the 2021 school year to 71.4%. as the superintendent had mentioned previously, from the 2020 school year to the 2021 school year, our graduation rate did increase by 3.2 percentage points. That was going from 68.2% up to 71.4%. Next slide, please. Not only did the graduation rate go up for all students, but for all of our accountability subgroups, which would be those groups that the district is responsible for in terms of the Every Student Succeeds Act, which would be your ethnicity, race subgroups, as well as students with disabilities, English language learners, and economically disadvantaged. All of our accountability subgroups did increase in their graduation rate from the previous year, except for our Hispanic students. Hispanic students did drop by 0.2 percentage points, going from 66.6% in the 2020 school year to 66.4% in the 2021 school year. Of note, the white was actually the highest with an increase of 11.5 points. Next slide. So for a student to graduate, they have one of three different options. They can receive a local diploma, a Regents diploma, or an advanced Regents diploma. This chart shows you for a 4-year trend what those rates have looked like. And then over on the far right, it simply provides you with the overall graduation rate for those 4 years. Our Regents results has increased over the past 4 years, as has our advanced Regents. For these 4 years looked at, and probably if we looked at other years as well, the majority of our students graduate with a Regents diploma. In the 2017 cohort, over 55.9%, close to 56% of our students graduated with a Regents diploma. A Regents diploma would be a student that graduated with 5 passing exam scores, typically Regents exam scores. However, with the new pathways, there could be some alternatives that would be used in order for that student to graduate with a Regents diploma. Next slide. Talking about the pathways. So there are different pathways that a student can use in order to graduate. Looking at the 2017 cohort, the large majority, 89% of our students, or 1,146, used the humanities pathway. The humanities pathway would be 5 passing exam scores based on Regents results. The Regents subject areas would be English language arts, math, global history, US history, and then finally science. The second highest percentage, which was 5% of students, or 71 students, used the STEM science pathway. The STEM science pathway would also be based on Regents exams. However, the 5 subject areas that would be used would be English language arts, math, global history, or US history, and then 2 science exams. And then again, it would be passing exam scores. Next slide. So exemptions, as we know, over the past 2 years due to COVID, there was cancellation of Regents exams. Through New York State Department of Education, in lieu of the fact that there were not the availability of Regents, the state provided exemptions to students based on students meeting certain criteria. For the students that graduated from the 2017 cohort, there was 1,288 graduates. Of those graduates, 1,130, or 88% of those students, used one or more exemptions. There was a total of 158 students, or 12% of our graduates, that did not need an exemption in order to graduate. Next slide. And this is the last slide. So I thought this was somewhat interesting. In terms of the exemptions, as I mentioned, they're in the 5 subject areas. The 5 subject areas are English language arts, math, global history, US history, and science. Of the students that graduated, 79% of the students used US history. That was the highest, followed by 57% for English language arts. And if you think about this somewhat, it does make some sense. So your English language arts Regents is typically administered in grade 11. That would be the same for your US history. So for the majority of our students that graduated in the 2017 cohort, more than likely, a large percentage of them would have already completed their math regents, would have already completed their global history regents, and would have completed their science regents in grade 9 or grade 10. Hence the reason for 79%, the largest percentage for US history, followed by the English language arts. And that concludes our 2017 cohort, just a little bit more of a breakdown than what you had previously received.
So before we go to questions, I just want to provide a little bit of an update or talk to you about action planning as it relates to cohort 2018, because we have scholars that are heading towards graduation for either June or August of 2022. Schools, our secondary schools, continue to work with teams to identify after school, Saturday, and school break opportunities for students to recoup credits and to also test prep for Regents exams, because they will be offered again. We also have schools that are doing mock test prep testing to get them ready. We also conduct walkthroughs, so either the chiefs or the Department of Teaching and Learning, principals, to make sure that content is on grade level standards and basically mimic what they're going to see on those Regents exams in June. And then finally, we have our common formative assessments mimic the New York State Regents exam. And then, as we acknowledged the OCR team, we have lots of students that are participating in online credit recovery to either recoup new credits or to either earn new credits, or to recoup those classes that they have not been successful in previously. And so there's a full court press that's led by our chiefs in Demario Strickland and Dr. Carmine Peluso, who are working collaboratively with our principals as they address students who have not quite met either Regents exams expectations or earned the course credits towards graduation, which is needed. That's the only other thing I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent, and thank you, Rob. Before I open it up for questions, I just wanted to give Renee Turner a shout out for the Each One Reach One program. She has been reaching out to me and reaching out to other commissioners about attending that, and she's worked very hard of bringing the community together for that event. And so it would be remiss if we didn't give her a shout out and a thank you for pulling that together. She's already reached out to me for attending the April 8th session. So I just wanted to make sure that I reached out to her and talking about, community partnerships and and our stakeholders. She's really bringing that together. And I just wanted to thank her for that. And also I wanted to, I forgot to mention that I had also attended the robotics tournament out at RIT. And I think that Commissioners Adams, Vice President LeBron, as well as Commissioner Simmons had attended earlier that day. But that is some great work that's being done on the Edison campus with regard to robotics. And just a shout out for, the people who are the retired engineers who are working with our students in that program. So I just wanted to, and Commissioner LeBron is saying Wilson was there too. So just wanted to give a shout out. We see you and we want to recognize you all for the great work that you're doing. So having said that, I'll open it up for questions to the superintendent. Okay, doesn't look like I see any questions. So thank you, Madam Superintendent. We'll go on to Dr. Nelms with his presentation. Dr. Nelms?
Yes, good evening, commissioners, and good evening to the Rochester community. I have a brief report tonight for the East EPO. Before I begin, I just want to, most of the times we use this opportunity to share the good news in our district and to highlight some of our accomplishments. But I want to start in just with some acknowledgement that Today we had an incident involving a few students. I just want to just say to the community that, and to the parents, that it is critically important that if you are aware of a potential situation in the community, that you reach out to the proper school personnel to avoid conflict. I also want to encourage our parents to also refrain from using violence and threats towards students and other parents as well. Now, I want to be clear, that is not the vast majority of parents, and it's not the vast majority of students. And tonight you'll see that the vast majority of students are doing the right thing all the time. But it only takes a small group of individuals to cause frustration and harm within a school setting. And often that harm is handled by our school administrators. And so I want to just take a moment to thank and acknowledge the school administrators at East and across the district. These are individuals who often are at school late in the evenings. They're on Saturday school, they're calling parents, doing home visits, they're visiting kids at colleges and workplaces. And at times I feel like we expect too much of them, but they're leaders and they understand that the work is necessary if we want to change this community. But we are seeing at times small situations that seem awfully big because there's a point of frustration. I can feel the tension and see the frustration within our school administrators. So I just want to say to the school administrators at East and throughout the district and those throughout this county, you have to remember to find some time to keep the main thing, and the main thing is your health and your safety and your mental health. I know I'm seeing that this school year has been taxing on many school leaders, and they're on my mind tonight. The East staff is on my mind tonight. And again, the incident today was not a big one. It was quickly handled, but it's the hours of work that's after the incident that often weighs on the hearts and minds of our school leaders. So I wanted to acknowledge that and thank the ASAR folks and the people at East for going above and beyond daily to service this community. And we often don't give them enough praise. Moving on in a more positive note, it's their work, the administrators' work and teachers' work, but mostly the administrators who create the system of support that allows students like Sarah and I saw Isaiah from Soda and Giovanni from School Without Walls. I'm sorry I didn't have their names ahead of time. Congratulate them again on the Princeton Prize in Race Relations. If you've got to know Sarah over some time, you know that since she was in middle school, in our lower school, she was holding us all accountable to the work. I saw her last week in the hallway, and I said to her, I remember when she politely Facebook messaged me and said, "We're planning a walkout tomorrow." I said, "Sarah, can we meet first and discuss how we're going to handle this before you take the whole school out?" And within 12 hours, we had a plan, and she was able to do the work that she had to do to represent something that mattered a lot to her. And I respect her advocacy, and I can't wait to see her grow on and do great things. Next slide. Tomorrow, I'm excited that the Warner School of Education in San Diego State are finishing up a research piece around our mathematics program. They're continuing this path and going to be talking to teachers and students to really understand how to engage kids in conceptual math, to get them to go from rote memorization to really thinking critically about math. And those conceptual frameworks and conceptual application of math is what you see engineers and doctors and technicians doing. It's beyond just the numbers. It's really applying them into a more global context. And so tomorrow they'll be visiting the school and just talking to students and staff and continuing their work. And I'm extremely excited to see this partnership, this multi-million-dollar grant continue to move forward. So we welcome our guests tomorrow. We have an incredible arts program and music program at East. We are celebrating this month some of the artwork. Just going to show a few of the pieces. You know, one of my best and favorite times in the year is to walk through central office to see all the arts that's displayed throughout the district. And this is just a few examples and different types of modalities that are being used. These art students and other art students will also be helping with the mural that will feature Malcolm X and Constance Mitchell and Minister Florence. That work will begin the end of April. We have our students helping with the design and painting of that. And we're also excited to continue our partnership with Sean Dunwoody to create 10 more panels that honor local, national, international heroes of color. And I'll make sure the board is fully aware of when those events are taking place. The next slide, we had some visitors from our career day. We had Josh Yano come in with Ricky there. For the 8th grade scholars, the Just Law program, learning more about how to be an attorney and the job of a judge and hear more about the legal system. Then on the right, we had the Buffalo office of the FBI come in and tell the kids, teach the kids about CSI. So they were looking at fluids and red lights, and they talked about child abduction and how they investigate that. I mean, it was a very spirited conversation. I think what you see on the left in that picture there, the woman holding, that it's a footprint in clay. And they were talking about cases where they use footprints to track down, serial killers and things like that. So it was really interesting. The kids really enjoyed it. And quite a few students, including 2 that are attending RIT next year, was asking more questions about forensics and science. And so it was a really good opportunity. And we try to bring as many types of experiences into the school. We happen to, on this day, to have 2 that were focused on the legal system. Next. This is one of our favorite things too. If you see on that table there, these are our after-school programs at Woodworking Club. It happens to feature 5 young ladies, speaking of Women's History Month, and those are cutting boards they created. They are beautiful. I have one. You guys don't like to cook. And these are really well done. And so they'll create a number of different woodworking projects throughout the year. Again, we try to provide as many opportunities we can for many types of students. And to see these young ladies killing it in the Woodworking Club was pretty incredible. And this is taught by our optics teacher. Also, as many of you know, I think a couple of you have already visited our New City Cafe as part of our community school model. Within our neighborhood, there is a coffee shop that I frequent often, New City Cafe. They've moved part of their business to East to work with our students. You can buy a coffee club card for $20. You can get $2 is for each circle. You get a cup of coffee, you get a couple of sweet treats, and it's been incredible. It's been cool to watch the kids learn the business, how to sell, how to manage. They are usually open on, I think, Tuesdays and Thursdays, I believe. Again, there's coffee and baked goods, and the coffee is roasted at New City, which is, I think, located on Garson. And 2 former East students who work at New City, because they live in the neighborhood, helped to design this Meadows Cafe Morning Coffee Club. So they have designed the structure, helped decide the price point, and this is something you can stop at any day if you choose. It's open to staff, and they sold over, I think, 250 cards right away. Next. TLI program, one of our gyms within the RCSD. I think we all own this program. It's a district-based program. They are starting their teaching as teaching assistants in School 28. They also have been doing some mentoring and working in lower schools. So these are kids who are in our Teaching and Learning Institute, and they're out, perhaps future teachers. We're hoping for that. I know 2 of them or 3 of them are actually attending next year, going to college for teaching. But these students are throughout RCSD doing incredible work, but they're also helping with our literacy rates in the lower school at East also. So this is a program we hope to continue to expand, and we're in the process of trying to secure 20 additional seats just for TLI. So for kids throughout the district who want to come to East and be in a TLI program, we've been discussing all year of isolating some seats in the placement process, so that kids who really want to be a teacher, we can start to build that program and not leave it up to just the students who are at East through the normal admissions process. I want to thank our staff and our community for supporting those in Ukraine. We collected medical supplies and a bunch of other materials over the last couple of weeks, and working with a local restaurant to provide some relief to Ukraine. We have some Ukrainian teachers in our building, and it was incredible to see how quick and responsive the staff was to help individuals in need. As we are, as a community, we often help individuals in need. And I believe that's it. That concludes my my report. And again, I just want to thank the administrators, and I want to just reinforce to parents and students to please, 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 if you have information that would help us resolve a conflict before it begins, let us know. So we can make sure that every kid is deserving of the type of experiences that you just saw from kids throughout East. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nelms. And I just wanted to, before I go to Commissioner Powell, just on the, when I mentioned about the robotics program, to mention that Commissioner Amy Malloy also attended that event as well. So thank you for attending, Commissioner Malloy. Commissioner Powell, you have a question for Dr. Nelms?
I do, thank you. And although I wasn't able to attend this robotics, RIT is my alum. I am an alum, so I usually go to the robotics every year. But to Dr. Nelms, my question is, we heard a presentation on graduation rates throughout the district. Could you tell us how East High's graduation for 2021 compares to the district-wide numbers? And I was kind of disheartened to see that such a significant growth in graduation rates was within the white population, which means that the achievement gap is growing rather than shrinking. Can you speak to the achievement across racial groups, and is that gap shrinking or growing?
Yeah, I can get the exact numbers. I believe I'm like 99% certain that the number is 85.3% for the June graduation rate. It could be 85.6, but somewhere a little over 85% for the graduation rate. We don't have a large population of white students at East, so that that type of data doesn't necessarily, it's not as valid for us because our N is smaller. But we do track, and I've shared in the past, I can share again, we track all of our subgroups, and most have made at least a 30% percentage point jump over the last 7 years across categories. So we don't see the type of achievement gaps that sometimes exist. But again, we have a smaller population, target population. Most of our students are Black and brown, so you wouldn't see it that way. We look at different factors, disability, we look at, gender and things like that. But for the most part, we see all categories moving in the right direction.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Powell. But that brings up, I meant to ask this of Superintendent Myers Small about the same thing that Commissioner Powell mentioned. How is it that there's that significant jump with our white students? I remember a few years ago where, and I mentioned this, that we saw a decrease in the achievement of white students. And I actually, mentioned that we could not, have a decrease even with our white students while we were working with our students of color. But it seems to me that 11.5% is a significant jump. Can someone address why that jump is so significant, particularly in the population where it's predominantly students of color? So I don't know if you all can answer that now, but let me just put it out there that I think that that's a significant jump. And I'd like to see what the actual data shows around how that happened. And then secondly, I have a question to Rob, Madam Superintendent, about the exemptions. If he could talk more about the exemptions. So does that mean if our students didn't have the ability to have an exemption, that we would not see the graduation rates at the level that they are?
Let me answer your first question, and then Rob, if you can jump in. I think it goes to what Dr. Nelms just said, that our district is predominantly 90% African-American and Latino, Latinx, Hispanic. And so that N number certainly is very, very small. So it could indicate that it's just a smaller number of students, but we can do that analysis and get that to you, President Elliott, but it's a much smaller number.
So when could I get that analysis? Would you all give me a date as to when I can get it? You don't have to give it to me now, but just give me a date, send me a date of when you all are going to provide me with that information. Is that also incumbent of the second question around exemptions?
No, that's a different response.
So what about the exemptions?
So let me just add a little additional about the white subgroup. My assumption, but I would have to look at this more closely, is because the percentage of dropouts decreased quite a bit this year for our white subgroup. We had more dropouts last year, and the previous year we had an excessively large percentage of white dropouts. That would be my assumption why the graduation rate increased this year. So for example, we had 73.5% of our Black students graduate from the 2017 cohort. It's the exact same for our whites. It was 73.5%. So the achievement gap in terms of for this year actually flattened between Black students and white students. In terms of exemptions, it certainly made it, there was greater flexibility in a student receiving an exemption in terms of what would be represented as a passing Regents exam score, but there was certain criteria that the student had to meet, and it was basically based on New York State standards. So if a student earned credit for a course that ended in a Regents exam, they were eligible for an exemption. There's also
for the exam.
Correct.
Okay.
The exemption would be related
Okay.
to that Regents subject area.
Okay.
But it would all be based on, did they meet the standards of earning credit for that course? There were a couple other criteria for example, you have your checkpoint A and your checkpoint B exams, which are for language other than English. And there was also for transfer students, but for the most part, the student had to satisfy the requirements to earn credit for a course that was a Regents level course.
Okay, great. I'm getting ready to get on the bandwagon that we don't need to have those state exams. And I think there are people in the community who are also in support of that. Let me just open up to my colleagues. Are there any other questions that any of my colleagues have? Okay.
Can I just add one more thing? I just want to, as we talk about like the graduation rates and the gaps, and I know that Dr. Myers-Small and I agree on this. We just have to be careful that, because it's not we as a school board, but as an education community, that we often talk about achievement gaps without establishing a standard first. So like if we had a 29% graduation rate we had 7 years ago at East, if white students were 35% and Black students were 25% per se, they weren't using as a bad example, we could say the gap is 10%, but you and I would agree that the gap is 100%, right? Because the standard would be much higher than a 29%, 39% graduation rate. So I think we have to sometimes think about what's the standard we want our kids to graduate from, a reasonable standard, and then what's the gap from that point, and not make it a kid versus kid or category versus category, because those categories might be so low that the gap between both don't matter much. I mean, it tells us some data, but it may be a higher standard. And that's something that, you know, the original research around achievement gap, it kind of gave a false positive at times, because it made it seem as if we were closing a gap, but the standard for graduation rate was or proficiency in English or math, whatever that category is, was still much higher than where kids were performing. So we got to kind of think about what is our standard we want to reach, and then I think measure the gap from each cohort based on that particular number. And that number has to be a reasonable number, you know, of proficiency. Just one way to think about it, and that's not for you, I'm just saying in general, I just read stuff about that recently and thinking about how do we, and that's the difference between equity and equality, right? So equality would say, no matter where you all are, as long as you're the same, it's fair. Equity would say, here's a standard. Now, how far are we from that particular metric? And so we got to just kind of think about that. The second thing I wanted to say, and I could read my own writing. I want to thank Shep and the security team as well. They have been, I know that they engage much more with Dr. Myers-Small than me, but she has many, many more schools. But I will say that whenever there is an issue in the community that we know about, there's a text or a call well in advance. When there's an issue at the school, they are there, or they send someone, or they provide guidance and technical support over the phone. And they always follow up like later on, like, you know, after dismissal today, I got a text, how did things go? Were there any issues? We had a rumor about something happening at another school that might impact East. I was out there doing dismissal. I saw Ricardo. He didn't know it, but at the time I was watching traffic to see who was coming by, just to make sure that what we were getting reporting in real time wasn't going to occur on school property. So the security team has been extremely beneficial to the schools and how they communicate and how they follow through. So I do want to thank Shep and the entire team who has been working around the clock to help all of our schools. And I wanted to make sure I said that as well.
Thank you, Dr. Nelms. And that just brings up another point before I ask Rob another question. But I also want to shout out the SSOs at Franklin, because I'm told also that at Franklin, the security guards there are doing an amazing job over there. And I shared that with one of the security guards there, but I just want to make sure that I do it here, that I'm told that they're doing an amazing job over there. And so I want to thank them on behalf of the board for the great work that they're doing over there. Thank you so very much. And then Rob, just my last question, you had mentioned that there is a significant dropout rate of white students in the district. Do we know why that is?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. That would definitely have to be looked at.
Can we do that, Madam Superintendent?
I've already sent an email asking for the information.
All right. All right. So if there are no other questions, I thank both of the superintendents for their report, and then we'll go for the consideration of resolutions. So I'm going to ask for a, Amy, would you like to just sort of thank the our donation that we received from Dick's Sporting Goods?
I don't, oops, sorry. And one quick second, Commissioner Malloy, President Elliott, if you would call for the motion for the consent agenda and then open the floor for
oh, I always forget that. I'm gonna get that one of these days. So yes, thank you, Kalia. Can I get a motion for the consent agenda?
President Elliott, before you make a motion to the consent agenda items, there is one item that I'm going to ask for us to pull for executive session.
Okay.
That is resolution 2122, number 485. There's an amendment there for a particular employee that I would like us to have further discussions on before we vote on that and have some understanding of what we're voting on.
Okay.
So we can make the consent agenda items for
all of the ones except for 485. Yeah,
correct.
Okay, I'll do that. So a motion for all of the consent items except for resolution 485. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Can I get a second?
I'll second. Whoever, Commissioner Malloy or Commissioner LeBron.
All of the energy around here. And so Commissioner Malloy, would you do me the honor of just thanking Dick's Sporting Goods, please?
Fantastic. Yeah, let me just pull this up here. Thanks for your patience. Yeah, so it is our pleasure as a board to accept the very generous $9,000 donation from Dick's Sporting Goods for use on physical fitness equipment for 648 students at Henry Hudson School. Thank you so much for being a partner with our district, and we appreciate your generosity. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. So now that we have any questions about any of the consent agenda items? Hearing none, can I, all in favor of the consent agenda items except for resolution 485? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Now, is everybody on the screen did everybody say yes? Or give a no? We need to hear that on screen. So can I get an aye from those who have not, my commissioners who have not voiced their vote online?
Are we also voting electronically via board docs?
Because we're virtual, I know that it's a little bit harder for everyone, so I'm collecting the votes. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
No
All
worries.
right. So Commissioner, let me just get a voice vote. Commissioner Powell.
Yeah.
Commissioner Patterson.
Aye.
Commissioner LeBron.
Aye.
Commissioner Adams.
Yeah.
Commissioner Simmons. Okay, she's probably not on.
She's on.
Oops. All right, thank you, Commissioner Simmons. And Commissioner Malloy?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Any nays, any opposed? Thank you, it carries, except for 485, and we'll discuss that in executive session. Thank you, everybody. So can I get a motion for resolution 46?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Vice President LeBron. Any discussion on resolution 486? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion for resolution 487?
President Elliott, I sent an email requesting that this resolution be pulled into executive session as well. So at this time, I'd ask that we not motion for this one and that we go into executive session for this one as well.
All right, we'll do that. Thank you. Can I get a motion for resolution 488?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on resolution 488? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Can I get a motion on resolution 489?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner.
Hold on 1 second. 488. Okay, we're on 489. Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, do I need to be slow on this? I can't rush through it.
If you can just go just a small, because I'm now voting for everyone. So if you could just do just a tiny, you don't have to do a whole, just a small bit. Thank you.
So can I get, did I get a motion for resolution 489?
Yeah, I motioned it.
And a second?
Second.
Commissioner Adams, okay. Any discussion on resolution 489? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries unanimously. Can I get a motion for resolution 490?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on resolution 490? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed on resolution 490? Thank you. The motion carries. Can I get a motion for resolution 491?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on resolution 491? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed on resolution 491? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Can I get a motion for resolution 492?
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Malloy. Any discussion on resolution 492? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed on resolution 492? Motion carries. Thank you very much. It carries unanimously. Can I get a motion on resolution 493?
Motion.
Motion by Commissioner Malloy. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on resolution 493? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed on resolution 493? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Can I get a motion on resolution 494?
Before you do so, President Elliott, I have from the administration, if someone, I know that someone needed to ask for something regarding this resolution.
Okay.
Correct. That's Dr. Morris.
Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about 494. We just wanted to bring to your attention that 494A refers to New York State grade 3 through 8 math, but we are asking for approval for 494A to be for 3 through 8 ELA assessment scoring training. B is referring to math, and that's correct, but we just wanted to make sure that it is A is reflective that we are looking for grades 3 through 8 ELA assessment training for scoring.
So what I don't have it before me. What is different in the resolution than what you're saying, Dr. Morris?
In A, its current form says for A, New York State grade 3 through 8 math. It says math twice, but it's supposed to be ELA. One training for ELA, one training for math.
So I think we need to make an amendment to that.
I was about to say, it has to be amended.
Let's make an amendment to that. Can I get a motion to amend based on what Dr. Morris has said to us? And that is in, which one is that in, Dr. Morris? Again, please.
A.
A. So that one should be, I don't have it before me, so Cal, you got to help me. That should say that that's for ELA and not math? Okay.
Correct. So that's the motion I'll make for 494A to be changed from math assessment to ELA assessment.
Can I get a second on that motion?
Seconded.
All those in favor on the amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed to the amendment? Okay, thank you. So we'll get back
Thank
to
you.
the overall resolution. Did we get a motion on 494?
No, so I'm
All
going
right.
to have this one, this will be 494 as amended.
So can I get a motion on 494 as amended?
So moved.
A move by Commissioner Malloy. Can I get a second on it?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Adams. Any questions about resolution 494 as amended? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed to resolution 494 as amended? Thank you. Can I get a motion for resolution 495?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on resolution 494? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Can I get a motion for resolution 496?
Motion.
Motion by Commissioner Malloy. Can I get a second for 496?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on resolution 496? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed to resolution 496? All right, the motion carries unanimously. Can I get a motion for resolution 497?
Motion.
Motion by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on resolution 497? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Well, let me go back. Now, I'm going to have to call an individual vote. Can I get a motion for resolution 497? I need the commissioners to say either yes or no. And I'm not hearing many of the commissioners.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
All right. Thank you. Any opposed to resolution 497? All right, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Can I get a motion for resolution 498?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on resolution 498? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Any opposed to resolution 498? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Can I get a motion for resolution 499?
President Elliott, my apologies. There's also a comment regarding resolution 499 from the administration.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry,
Talia?
time we took an amendment before we had the motion on the floor. Can we get the motion on the floor?
They're trying to
Actually,
withdraw.
Commissioner Powell, we're asking to withdraw 499.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion for resolution 500?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on resolution 500? No discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to resolution 500? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Can I get a motion for resolution 501?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on resolution 501? Hear no discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed to resolution 501? Thank you. The motion carries unanimously. Can I get a motion for resolution 502?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on resolution 502? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to resolution 502? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Can I get a motion on resolution 503?
So moved.
So moved by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on resolution 503? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed on resolution 503? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Can I get a motion for resolution 504?
So moved.
Was that you, Commissioner Malloy?
Yes.
Is there a second for resolution 504?
Second.
Any discussion on resolution 504? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed to resolution 504? Hearing no opposition, the motion carries unanimously. Can I get a motion for resolution 505? Motion for resolution 505, moved by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second for resolution 505?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on resolution 505? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. It carries unanimously. Can I get a motion for resolution 506?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on resolution 506? Hear no discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to resolution 506? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Is there a motion? Can I get a motion for resolution 507?
So moved.
Can I get a second for resolution 507?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on resolution 507? I just want to know more about the evening schools and how the evening schools, I saw with regard to Edison and I think for Northeast. Can someone talk to us a little bit about those evening schools? I'm excited that there are evening schools, but talk to us a little bit about how those evening schools are going, or have they started already? Madam Superintendent?
Sure, I'm going to ask Chief Strickland, as he's been directly involved with working with those two specific schools, to give you some additional information that you're asking.
Thank you.
Sure. Good evening, commissioners. So a few of our schools, actually all of our receivership schools, have piloted evening schools. And what we're trying to do is to continue to get the upward trajectory for our primarily Black and brown students across the finish line. So a lot of students are engaged in online credit recovery. We have teachers that are actually reacting to data for the marking period to actually go back and make sure that students are able to be successful in those areas. So again, we want to make sure that more students are able to pass in June and or August. In addition, we do have some situations where it causes students for safety reasons not to possibly come to school for various reasons during the school day, whether it be for gang violence or safety concerns. So this is just another avenue to reach those students whose families may feel comfortable with sending them when less of the population is actually at the school. And we're just reacting to our situations, our environment, and our data.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I have a little heart to evening schools because when I came to Rochester, I was able to graduate a year early, but found out I needed to have another course. And so I took that in the evening. So I did take one course in the evening in order to graduate a year earlier. So I'm really excited about those programs and look forward to hear how they are operating. And the fact that we've got students who are thinking that if evening programs are offered, as opposed to having to deal with the violence in some of the schools during the day, that they prefer to take that course in the evening. I'm excited about that. So thank you very much.
Yep, no problem.
Any other discussion on resolution 507? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed to resolution 507? Thank you. The motion carries unanimously. Can I get a motion for resolution 508?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on Resolution 508? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to Resolution 508? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Can I get a motion for Resolution 509?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on Resolution 509? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to Resolution 509? Hearing no,
Madam President, are we getting a vote count based only on those who are visible on the screen? For the last few, we haven't seen Commissioner Simmons.
She isn't here.
She's on
She has two accounts going, one that is off screen and one that is on screen. And so
she already said she had some internet issues, so.
Yeah, just
Yep.
go through, you'll see my picture up, Willa.
Yep. Okay, so did 509 carry unanimously?
It did.
All right, thank you. Can I get a motion for Resolution 510?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on Resolution 510? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to Resolution 510? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Is there a motion for Resolution 511?
Motion.
Motion by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on Resolution 511? Hear no discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to Resolution 512? That is 512, right?
511.
511. I'm sorry, 511. Hearing no discussion, that motion carries unanimously. Can I get a motion for Resolution 512?
So moved.
Is there can I get a second for Resolution 512?
Second.
Any discussion on Resolution 512? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed to Resolution 512? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Can I get a motion for Resolution 513?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second to Resolution 513?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on Resolution 513? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed to Resolution 513? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Can I get a motion for Resolution 514?
So moved.
Is there a second for Resolution 514?
Second.
Any discussion on Resolution 514? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to Resolution 514? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Can I get a motion for Resolution 515?
Motion.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on Resolution 515? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to Resolution 515? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Can I get a motion for Resolution 516?
So moved.
Is there a second to Resolution 516?
Second.
Second. Any discussion on Resolution 516?
I have a quick question.
Commissioner Malloy?
Is there any way that someone can just explain the types of renovations that are set to occur at Charlotte, at the Charlotte campus?
Mike's coming on.
Thank
Good evening, Commissioners. President Elliott, Vice President Brown, Superintendents. So we have a couple different renovations scheduled for the Charlotte campus. Some renovations inside, some corridor doors that need to be repaired. We have some window balances and reconditioning that we need to do. And then the primary part of this project is a replacement of the athletic field, the track, and the bleacher system, which will be a synthetic turf field when we are completed. That work will be completed this summer and be ready for our Northeast school move in late summer to come into that new school in the fall.
And how many lane track is there?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Malloy, I missed that last
How many
question.
lanes is the track? Will it be able to host?
Yeah, yes, it will. It's going to be an 8-lane track, which will be able to host any type of a track and field event.
Okay, thank you.
I should have anticipated that question coming from you, but my apologies.
It's all good.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Any other questions for Mike or any other questions for anyone? Hearing none, all those in favor of resolution 516?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Can I get a motion for resolution 517?
So moved.
A move by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on resolution 517? Hearing no discussion, can I get all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Can I get a motion for resolution 518?
So moved.
May I have a second for resolution 518?
Second.
All those, any discussion on resolution 518? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to resolution 518? And again, I need you all to say aye. Please say aye. Do not be silent on this, please.
Aye.
So we've got, resolution 518, that carries unanimously. Thank you. Can I get a motion for resolution 519?
So moved.
A move by Commissioner Adams. Is there a
Second.
second by Vice President LeBron? Any discussion on resolution 519? Hear no discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to resolution 519? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Can I get a motion for resolution 520?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Adams. Is there a second for?
I'll
resolution
second.
520? Seconded by Vice President LeBron. Any discussion on resolution 520? Hear no discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Are any
Aye.
opposed to resolution 520? So did everybody say aye?
Aye.
All right, thank you.
I'm a
Thank you.
nay. I'm sorry. I'm a nay. And I just want to point out that for this particular resolution, if we look at the justification, this program is already at Franklin being funded through My Brother's Keeper dollars. So I'm not understanding why we are expanding it with Title I dollars. And then the board has not been presented with actual data of success for the program to talk about why we should be voting yes to expand this. So just want to put that out there because there's only 2 resolutions that I really question tonight, and that's one of them.
So we have, so we voted on that, but we do need to have some information on that at a later date, Madam Superintendent. The Vice President has pointed that out. So can I get a resolution? Can I get a motion for resolution 521?
So moved.
Is there a second for resolution 521?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Adams, motion by Commissioner Malloy. Is there any discussion of resolution 521? Can someone talk more about the notion of having what I thought I read in the resolution had to do with teaching people how to develop data or to collect data? Can you all talk to me a little bit about that, please? What you're asking us to approve with this?
Good evening, President Elliott and Commissioners. So this particular resolution and contract enters us into a supportive agreement with Harvard over the next 2 years to provide coaching around continuous improvement cycles and problem-solving cycles that will lead to us improving our overall school plan. So that's just not on paper, but they are actually tied to deliberate actions around schools improving. What the contract includes is up to 90 teams across the district over 2 years receiving individualized coaching, additional professional development for the executive cabinet, maintenance and support of a steering committee, which is comprised of district people, Dr. Jallo, some of the principals to drive the work around using DataWise as our framework around continuous improvement. So we need to learn collectively how to identify our problems, source our correct data, plan around it, and then tackle the next problem in a consistent district way.
So how are we capacitating ourselves to be able to embrace this in our district?
And so as part of the supports that we receive from Harvard and Koru, we will have 30 members go through data-wise certification over the course of the 2 years. And so by the end of 2024, you will have 30 plus the already 3 existing in the district certified data-wise coaches who will be able to sustain the work, in addition to the folks who are principals plus ones in instructional teams, having had 2 years with the content, the processes. And so there is both the on-site training and the sustainability and certified folks who will remain within the district.
So can this board expect that when we get data in the future, that because these individuals have participated in this program at Harvard, that the data that we receive will be credible data because they now have the expertise or the experience to be able to provide us, the board in particular, with kind of credible data?
As an ending byproduct, I could make that commitment, but I just want to highlight at this moment that it's a 2-year partnership,
No, I
beginning
understand.
now and ending at the end of 2024.
All right. Thank you. But I would hope that, you know, even within that 2-year period, we should see some improvement.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Any questions around, more questions on resolution 521? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed to resolution 521? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Can I get a motion for resolution 522?
I'm so sorry. 1 second. I just want to, Commissioner Patterson had to leave, and so he is absent at that vote, and he will be absent for the remainder of the votes. Just letting you know.
Okay. All right. So there's 6 of us.
Yes,
All
correct.
right. Thank you. So resolution 522. Was there a motion made?
Yeah, I motioned it.
Is there a second for resolution 522?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on resolution 522?
Yeah, President Elliott, I have some questions on the calendar.
Commissioner LeBron?
So
Vice President LeBron.
no, it's okay. So I actually never really too in-depth look at this calendar until like I have to plug it into my master calendar, and then I realize how it's going to impact me as a parent trying to figure out some things. And so my commitment to myself this year was to be more due diligence when this calendar comes up, because it sneaks up really fast on you as you're living life as a parent, and then boom, you have a half random day in the middle of the week and you're like, what the heck, why is this happening? So I just want to point out, one, I see that it was late and there was a justification attached to it. And I wasn't sure if they were saying that it was late because they had to wait to meet with the county representatives or the state. So I need some clarification around that. But I need to understand what the justification would be for one, for example, May 2023, it looks like it'll be on May 1st, a superintendent's conference day, which would mean a long weekend when my kid goes home that Friday, April 28th, they wouldn't be coming back, but then my kid would be testing as other kids as well. It looks like it would be ELA math assessments for the Regents exams on the 2nd and the 3rd. So we're not even gonna have kids physically in school a day before they're expected to test, which for me would be, it would just make sense to have them physically in school to do some practice and some last minute preparations before they start the exam. But then we have another superintendent's conference day and a half day, like a week later. So then on the 15th would be a half a day, which is a Monday as well. And then the 16th, they would be off. And I'll have to tell you, I would rather even have that stacked the other way, because why would I send my kid who starts at 7:30, her half a day is 10:30. And so where am I gonna put my kid from 10:30 for the rest of the day? It's easier for me to find childcare for the entire day and have her miss than it is to just send her to school and then have to figure out how we're gonna pick her up. And that's, again, I always speak for myself and I know I have privileges, but imagine parents who have to work and are sending their kids to school and they don't have an after school program or have additional supports, and they're sending their kid for half a day and the next day they don't have childcare as well. So I just need to understand how these dates are determined and what factors are taken into place when they are determined, especially the half days, the superintendent's days, and why there would be 2 in the month of May.
Madam Superintendent, can you respond to that? And also, does that affect Dr. Nelms as well? I guess is a question that we should ask also. Madam
It does. I'll have Christopher address, as he's been most instrumental in working on this component.
And if I could just also add into that, if I would like to amend that where that superintendent's day that falls right before the exam, is that what it was, Commissioner LeBron, that you pointed out?
Correct, on May 1st.
Yeah, that be eliminated. Is that possible that we can eliminate that one? Because we need to have our kids in school. They're going to be taking the exam that the following day, but they're out one day. That doesn't make sense to me either. So how can we go about amending the calendar and respond to that, Dr. Myers-Small, because I think they should be in school for that.
So I'll have Christopher talk about the construction of the calendar, and then I'll have Dr. Black address the testing piece.
Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners, President, Vice President. So the district calendar is a quite complicated process. There's a few things that need to be taken into consideration. We must have at least 180 student days, and we have to have 185 teacher days. So those are two things that are critically important. Monroe County school districts meet in January, and they all work together to develop a master calendar that they then share out to the districts, and each district then decides whether or not they're going to adopt them. We also try to keep our calendar in alignment with the rest of Monroe County for transportation. So vacations are typically quite similar across the county. So that's another thing that comes into play. We then have the added challenge of New York State testing. And 3 through 8 testing has a very long window for paper-based testing and for computer-based testing. And so on this calendar, in April 19th, 20th, and May 2nd and 3rd, you'll note 3 through 8 testing indicated there. But the testing window is much longer than the 2 days that you see expressed there, because we have to have paper-based days, computer-based days, and then also makeup days. So it's a much longer window. The challenge, and that window is defined by the New York State Education Department. The challenge this year is that April break falls at the start of April. The testing window is when it is, and you see some of it there. But we have to then also score the exams, and we have to train our teachers, and we have to have them released to be able to score the exams, because we can't do it any other way unless we outsourced it and paid for that. And so that is a complicating factor. It's also, so the purpose of May 1st is to ensure that there's a day where teachers can score the exams. And so that's why that day is there. And it's jammed there because the testing window runs from the 18th of April to the 28th of April. But the very next day to score is May 1st. You'll notice that the testing window for the math assessment starts on May 2nd, and that runs through, I believe, May 12th. And so we need time to then score those exams, and that's why you see the 15th and 16th. Acknowledging that it is a challenge because we have 2 professional development days there, but if we didn't, we wouldn't be able to score those exams. So it is not designed.
Chris, I just want to reflect that the calendar doesn't reflect what you're saying either. The calendar reflects that there's testing on the 19th and 20th. It does not reflect that it starts on the 18th and that it goes continuously through May. And then there's a break from the 21st to the 28th, according to this calendar. So if what you're saying is that it's the 18th all the way through the 3rd, then that should be reflected in green, because parents do utilize this calendar as well to also prepare not only their schedule, but their scholars. So I just want to point that out. So are you saying that the testing window is the 18th on through the 3rd?
So I'm not involved directly in the testing administration. The dates that were provided to me and what we've done historically is only indicated those initial days. but the window can be longer for makeup. And it depends. There are certain schools, my understanding, and I'd ask Dr. Black to assist here. My understanding is that most schools are paper-based, but we also have schools that are computer-based.
Can you respond, Dr. Black?
That is accurate.
But why would that not be reflected then on the calendar as accurately as you're saying it? Because, I know that there's a long testing window. I just got the letter from my daughter's school about her testing window for ELA and math. But why isn't that not reflected then on the calendar? Because what it looks like to me is that we have testing on the 19th and 20th, and then you would have the 21st through the 28th to figure out scoring, or even add another superintendent's day at the end of that day, versus having folks testing of grading on the 1st, not having students physically in school to prepare, again, to have that extra day to prepare. They're gonna have a long weekend and then have to jump into exams. And I just have to point this out because then I have to wonder, like, how do we expect that kids are gonna come from a long weekend and just be ready to jump into exams and do well?
Can we amend the calendar? And I understand, I understand what you're saying, Chris, but how do we do that to what the vice president is saying to make sure that our community is aware of that extended testing period that doesn't reflect on the calendar? Can we table this? And I know Commissioner Powell, I think you had your hand up, but is it possible to table until we talk this further out?
Madam, Kathy wanted to just add, oh, sorry.
Yep, Commissioner Powell?
Commissioner Powell.
I only wanted to, my hand was only up to suggest that rather than try to like negotiate an alternative on the fly, that it would be better to table it.
Yeah.
But we haven't really heard everything there is to hear, so I want to keep listening.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Commissioner, Dr. Black?
So my point here may be futile then, but I just want to highlight that the days after the night, let me make sure my dates are right. But after the first set of days, go back to the document. Sorry. After the 19th and 20th, 21 through the first are makeup days. And we historically have a very long makeup window so that we can go and ensure that we have as many kids who access testing as possible. But for the point of us tabling the discussion, if we have to make the amendment, we would update the calendar to maybe a different shade of green to reflect our makeup window in that time.
Vice President LeBron, are you okay with that?
No, I would like to table it. I want some clarity around this, and I would like parents to have clarity, because at the end of the day, especially parents who have small children who cannot be home alone, we're the ones that are gonna have to figure out not just the testing piece for our kids, but also the childcare piece.
So she was offering a solution in terms of just that period. But if I can get a motion, does this go right to table if we're
a motion to table goes right to vote, so I do need a motion and a second to table.
Let me ask, is this a motion to postpone to another meeting? Is that
Yes.
what we're doing? So
Yes.
I would say a motion to postpone to a time certain and pick a board meeting, because this has to be acted upon relatively quickly, correct?
Yes, it would be a motion to table for a date certain. The next available date that the board meets is policy, but which is next week, Tuesday, the 29th. But given the discussion, more time is required, I would recommend ESA, which is April 12th, is the next available. After that, it would be the business meeting.
Is that too late, Dr. Black or Dr. Smalls?
I would defer to Chris on what our timeline is around approving the calendar in line with all of our other respective things.
It's really just about communicating dates out to families.
To families, so the 12th shouldn't be, I wouldn't go too much past that, but the 12th would be fine.
Commissioner Powell?
To comment on available dates in the future, 29th is the day of the policy committee of the whole, but I think there's a special meeting scheduled for that date, which includes hearing some suspension appeals. So we do have a special meeting on the calendar for that date, if you wanted to do it sooner.
No, the 12th is fine.
Discussion, they were asking for more time, so.
Okay, all right. So can I get a motion to table this? resolution until April 12th? Is that
Yes.
the date? All right.
Seconded.
All right. So who motioned?
Vice President LeBron.
And seconded by Commissioner Malloy. And it goes, we don't need a vote on it. Do we need to vote on it?
You do need to vote,
All
yes.
those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Aye. All right, resolution 522 is tabled until April 12th. Thank you. Can I get a motion on resolution 523?
So moved.
A move by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Powell. Any discussion on resolution 523? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed to resolution 523? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Can I get a motion on resolution 524?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Powell. Was there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Malloy. Any discussion on resolution 524? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Carried unanimously. Is there a motion for resolution 525?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on resolution 525? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
So we still have to vote on, we have to go into executive session on the resolution 526. Is that correct? Kalia?
That is correct. So there is.
And 485.
485 and 487.
Okay.
And as well as the language that I sent to you. So if you would,
All right.
so the language and then 485, 487 and 526.
485,
487 and 526.
Okay. All right. Just give me a second to make that motion. Can I get a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing matters leading to the appointment or employment of a particular person and a student disciplinary matters? We will move to, so can I get a motion on that? Did you all hear that or do I need to, who moved it?
I did.
Moved by Commissioner
Second.
Malloy. Is there a second? Seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Adams. And so all those in favor of going into executive session?
Aye. President Elliott,
Yes, ma'am.
can we just, I just want to acknowledge that today is Commissioner Adams' birthday before we go into that executive session for the public. So happy birthday, Commissioner
Yeah,
Adams.
shout out to our favorite commissioner, Commissioner Adams, whose birthday is today. If we were in person, we would get you a cake. So we got to get you something when we come in person. So have a great birthday. Hope you had a great birthday. And I know you got some plans for the summer that we talked about earlier. So at
So
this
I have a birthday resolution that I would like to put in. I would like for us to start combining some of these resolutions and calling them off.
I know.
Doing them all one at a time.
But you know what happens, Commissioner, is that because Kalia has to take that vote, maybe we could have done it today, but because Kalia, we have to do that electronic vote. That's why we have to do them individually.
Okay.
So, but perhaps we could have done them since she's taken got a vote, writing it down that we could have done it, but
You can bundle them when you're up there too. You just need to tell me which ones you're bundling and then I'll just have you vote that way. Yeah. Yeah.
Y'all know how I like short meetings.
Yeah, you
We'll
can do that too.
next time. So thank you all. We're going to go into executive session, then we will come out. Commissioner Powell?
Yeah, before we go into executive session, we do have the second readings of the policy. And since we do have to come back for a vote, it's not the end of the world if we wait. But if there are any members of the public watching, that's one thing that they would have to wait for us to come back for. So would it be possible to go through that exercise before we go into our executive session?
I have no objections to that. Are there any objections to?
We do have the vote already took place for executive session to start at 9:14 p.m. That's my only thing we would have to receive.
Okay, so Commissioner Powell.
Whoever moved it could move to take it back off.
Rescind it?
Yes, you
All right,
could. You
so
could move to rescind and go back into open session.
I'd
Okay,
like
hold
to
on one
move to rescind the motion to go into executive session. So we
Second.
can go back into session.
All right, thank you. We're back in session. So we will discuss the policies, the second reading of the policies. And so I'll ask,
We need to vote on that.
Yes, please.
vote on coming back into session.
Yes.
Yes, I have a motion and a second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. So we'll go back. We'll let Commissioner Powell talk about the second readings for these policies. Commissioner Powell?
Thank you. I won't belabor this, but one of the policies that we skipped past because it got a little complicated was policy 2390, public board hearings. And our solution was to convert what had been listed in our manual as a superintendent's regulation into an exhibit. This exhibit lays out the procedures for our public hearings, and the policy language is cleaned up a little bit in order to support that. So that's policy 2390. Are there any questions from my colleagues on that policy? Okay, hearing none. We also had some changes to the facilities policies. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the whole packet of facilities policies that were passed through the policy committee. Policy 7000, which is titled Facilities Development Goals. Are there any questions on that?
Powell, yes. I have multiple screens up, so I'm trying to, and they came as a big zip, so I'm trying to maneuver through them. But for 7,000, what is the core model? What is that? It says add verbiage here related to core model, but I'm not understanding.
Can you point to the line?
Yeah, I am looking at number 7,000. It is literally bullet 1, which is interesting that it also says developing a long range planning, because I have some issues around that language for right now, but it says developing a long range planning and evaluation, utilizing the core model program and ensuring equitable access to resources across all schools.
I understand. Yeah. Back when the facilities modernization plan was in its infancy, the facilities department used, they didn't use this language, but it was something like the ideal schools inventory, since then the language around it has evolved, but it's basically the same thing. What should all of our schools have at a minimum? If Mike Schmidt is on the line, he might be able to explain it more completely. So, but that is kind of odd language, but it's the language that they're using in their department nowadays. Is Mike Schmidt on?
Yes, good evening, Commissioner Powell and Vice President LeBron and President Elliott. Yes, that's the terminology we used during phase 2. It went everywhere from just making sure that we had the appropriate art spaces, music, special education, and so forth in every single school, and that accessibility, as well as public accessibility. For example, having the separate access points at number 10 school or number 4, where people can get into the gymnasiums, cafeterias, and so forth. The public access and public meetings would open the entire school. So it went in terms of the core, the educational model, as well as to some other points. And without knowing what the terminology we may choose to use in phase 3, it just felt appropriate to probably update the language to what we utilized in phase 2. So that's the only connection that it really has any relevance to. And if we choose to go once again to make sure that all the schools, if you think about the elementary schools we just renovated, they are all equitably done, in the sense that if you walked into 54 or 7 or 10 or 4 or 22, they would all have the same level of facility or same level of access or equitability, no matter what school you walked into. And that's really the sole purpose of the modernization, or one of the sole purposes of the modernization program. And the last thought, one of the other access to pre-K, And what we did is in several of those schools, we removed the transportable classroom units and moved all the pre-K classrooms inside. So now it's currently a pre-K 6 environment, which we could transition into any grade level configuration that we would choose to do. So that's a more broader definition of the core model program.
I would just hurt, but Commissioner Powell, I just have to add though, like, how would our community going through a policy even understand all that without it being actually explicitly put in the policy or fleshed out? Because core model program could really mean anything for anybody. And, it does say add verbiage here. I saw somebody put it on there, but that to me is too general and broad in terms of our policy. It makes me a little nervous that we're even referencing modernization because honestly, Commissioner President Elliott and I met today around some of those things. So I don't necessarily feel comfortable putting that there, but I do want to flesh out what core model would mean and how that quote unquote is equitable. And then the other piece, I just don't like acronyms and policies. So if SED could also be spelled out. Because again, I just think about like, if I'm someone in the community and I pull down a policy, I should be able to follow along and understand.
Okay, I appreciate that. And that is a technical change that would not hold up the passage of this policy. Let me speak a little bit more about your concern about this language of core model. It's my goal that every 7,000 level 000 level policies, such as this 7,000 that we're talking about now, would have an exhibit 1, which is basically that would spell out what those what exactly goes into core models, so that it isn't a mystery, that it isn't just facilities department jargon. The fact that we don't have that exhibit right now, I hope isn't going to be a showstopper for the rest of my colleagues. But you also mentioned about developing a long-range planning and evaluation program. Keep in mind that we've been operating on a long-range plan for decades now. That's a 5-year capital improvement plan model that allows all of our schools entry into the process on a 5-year rotation based on the state's reimbursement process, the facilities modernization, and it kind of throws a little bit of a monkey wrench into it insofar as the legislation often dictates either specific schools or a specific number of schools, and that's always in flux and always being negotiated at the state legislature level. But we still always have a 5-year cycle of capital improvement plan. And that's really what we're talking about in terms of long-range planning and evaluation. And part of the evaluation is an inventory process that the state requires. Am I right that that's required by the state, Mike? That we do a school inventory?
Yes, you are, Commissioner Powell. It's referred to as the building condition survey.
Thank
And we'll be starting the next building. The previous one was in 2016. We had a bit of a gap due to COVID, but we're actually in the process of setting up our next one and next round here in the next cycle.
So you'll note that that's existing language because this is something we've been doing all along.
I just want to point out though, Commissioner Powell, I'm sorry, President Elliott, that if we have that data, that is the type of data the state has also been asking for. I'm a little confused if we have that data, why that wasn't presented to the state when they've asked for it. I'm just going to leave it at that, but it's not going to hold me up if that's what you're concerned about, other than the feedback I gave you about fleshing out the core, that language there, fleshing it out and not using acronyms.
We can certainly fix replace the acronym between now and when we vote on it next month. That's easy. On the core model, my commitment is that we will establish an Exhibit 1 that lays out what goes into this core model.
So you're saying that that language is used in, is that typical language that is used throughout the state?
I wouldn't be able to speak to across the state. We utilize that as a defining part of our phase two master plan that we submitted. So I think, I'll trying to find some sort of, I think the goal was, and I'm not aware of other meetings that may have occurred today or other conversations, I guess, just based on what we talked about a month ago when we last had this conversation, was trying to align some of the language that was in some documentation that we submit to the state through our most recent facility modernization master plan, which was phase 2, and our annual CIP documentation. The core model program was that standard that we utilized for the last 8 elementary schools that we modernized. So like I said, I don't think the actual term core model program, that was probably more unique to Rochester in terms of our master plan. I don't think it should be the driver of further conversation. And like I said, I'm not privy to other meetings today or I wouldn't want to have it taken out of context, because it was just, that's language that was consistently used in that master plan and trying to align that language. So, and it was really more of a suggestion on our part in terms of trying to be able to find a different language in terms of equity. And the equity was, when you walk into 54 school, you have the same level of access as a student, whether you walk into 54, 4, 10, and so forth. That's how that core model program was identified. And access meaning the same level of facility, the art rooms, the maker spaces, and so forth. It didn't really matter where you enrolled to school. So that's how that's why that language was chosen. So I like I said, I think it can be adjusted and probably should not take a life of its own based on conversations that may have taken place in earlier today or other contexts. That's not really the purpose of why it was added in this document 3 or 4 weeks ago. I hope that's helpful.
Okay. If there are no other questions on policy 7,000, the next policy in this batch is 7,010, which is lead safe schools policy. This is has not changed much. This is mostly cosmetic editing type questions. Any questions about this policy? Hearing none. The next policy, 7,050. The biggest change here is the name. Instead of using community use of schools, we're changing the name to capital planning for shared building use. Which is a more accurate description of what is actually in the body of the policy. Are there any questions about this?
I just, if I'm not sure, I guess my concern too is that, when the community needs to understand these policies, I don't want the terminology to be such that, they cannot connect it with, in this case, community use of schools. Would they know to go find that policy? Would they know to go into, capital facilities as opposed as community use of schools, as they've typically, the policy is known by?
Commissioner Elliott, you may raise a really good point. One of the biggest reasons for the name change is that there is a policy elsewhere in the manual that is specifically about allowing the community access to our schools after hours and that sort of thing. So part of it to avoid confusion, but the nature of this policy is and has always been one of how do we plan to make our buildings more accessible, especially for instance when you've got rec centers that are co-located. How do we make sure that there are security systems between the rec center and the school, so that and barriers so that the rec center spaces can be used while our schools are in operation, without community being able to gain unfettered access to our schools, and also allow our students access to the rec center for use in gym periods and that sort of thing. So this is more about the planning and the process that goes into making them community, available for community use, rather than the protocols for community members to gain access to our buildings. But you
All
make
right.
a perfect point there. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
And the last one in this block is the naming of schools. This particular one did not change significantly. A little bit of wording change in the name. Any questions about this one? Okay, hearing none. I have to close this tab and figure out, did we just go through everything? Yes, that completes all of the policies that are in the second reading. I thank you, Madam President, for allowing us to go through that before we go into executive session. I do appreciate, and I think that our viewing audience appreciates it as well.
Yep, thank you very much. Point well taken. Thank you. So now, can I get a motion for us to go into executive session?
Motion.
Based on, for the purposes of discussing matters leading to the appointment or employment of a particular person and student disciplinary matters. So there was a motion made by Vice President LeBron. Who made the second?
I did.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy. We can just go into executive session, or do we need to have some discussion on it? Just
Hearing
all those in
none.
favor?
Yep, that's fine. Yep.
Yep, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. So good night, everybody. We're going into executive session. We do have to come out to vote on some student appeals. And so if you're still around, we will be coming back out. But for those of you who have stayed with us this long, we certainly appreciate your listening in on us. And if you have any questions of us, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. We'll be more than happy to respond to you. Having said that, good night, everybody. Good evening. We're back for our final vote on some resolutions. And so I'm going to ask that I have a motion. Is it possible, Callie, that we can vote on all of them at the same time, or would we need to vote on them individually?
I would have you vote on them individually only because they are separate and I want.
Okay, all right. So can I get a motion for resolution 485?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on resolution 485? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Can I get a motion on resolution 487 as amended?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by, I'm sorry? Callie,
Take Commissioner Adams vote second.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion on resolution 487?
Yeah, Madam President, is it actually as amended or as altered by the administration?
Well, somebody needs to give me that language. Adrian, can you weigh in on what Commissioner Powell is stating?
So, I mean, wasn't it the administration that opted to remove a name from the resolution?
But we are the ones who, well, Adrian?
Right, right. So the motion is for resolution 487 as amended to remove the name Michael Conover.
But we
We're in public session.
didn't.
I'm so sorry. Can I jump in? There was no motion to amend. So if you want to take a motion to amend and then vote on the motion on the resolution as amended, that would be recommended to me.
Okay.
I do defer to our general counsel.
So General Counsel, is it a motion to amend or is it something that Commissioner Powell has just stated?
Right. So it's a motion to amend to remove a name from the resolution.
Okay.
So don't we have to name that name? Like that doesn't.
No, I don't, that's public, that's in the.
Right, because it's there. So
We have to name it though. It's there, and he's right. It would have been better if the administration would have pulled it and came back with a cleaner one. But
Okay. All right. So Commissioner Powell, you want to make that motion?
Yes.
Okay.
So, I mean, I make the motion as previously described by General Counsel.
Yep. The motion to amend the resolution to remove the name Michael Conover from the resolution. Yep.
Yeah. Is that Vice President? You second that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion is.
So the amendment passes. Now you can vote on the the resolution. Yes.
A motion for resolution as amended, 487.
Motion.
Commissioner Malloy moved it.
Second.
And seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any further discussion on resolution 487 as amended?
I just want to say congratulations to Lexi, because I see he's on there. Lexi Reyes. He's been with the district for a long time. So.
All right, thank you, Vice President. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. And then the last one is resolution 524. Can I get a motion for resolution 524?
Motion.
Is it 524 or it shows as
No,
526?
It's five. The resolution for the suspension appeals is 526.
Right,
Okay.
it shows as 526. Yeah.
My apologies. So a resolution on 526, does that, Commissioner Malloy, do you make a motion on that?
Yes.
And the second was the Vice President?
No, it was me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, by Commissioner Powell. Any discussion on resolution 526? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed to resolution 526? Thank you. The motion carries unanimously. Is there any other points of business that we need to discuss? I think we've done it all. And so again, I want to thank everybody for hanging in there with us coming back. And this concludes our meeting for March 24th. And thank you for joining us and have a good evening. Good
We
night.
need a motion to adjourn.
Oh, that's right.
So moved.
Amy,
Second.
Commissioner third. All those in favor. So no discussion on the motion to adjourn, right?
Oh, just a few things.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Good night, everybody. Great meeting. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Night, take care.